Join us this week on Slash's Paradise when we get to talk about
Leprechaun. We're talking about Leprechaun because it's March and Irish.
It's Leprechaun. We're talking about Leprechaun.
I want me go.
Oh, man. Spoiler alert, Slash's Paradise encourages viewers to watch these horror films before listening to our show. Danny and Lance will go through everything, including filmmaking, dialogue, characters, and even full scene breakdowns when we get excited. Enjoy the show.
Anyway, listen. All right, and it came right out of the sky. Okay. And there it was. This flying saucer. You know, these weird lights, making these weird noises, kind of like boop, 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 boop.
Welcome to Slash's Paradise, Danny. We are live.
Oh, God. I was telling the story. It happened. It really happened, okay?
Okay.
Okay, fine. I'm not going to tell any more stories.
All right, Ozzy. Today we are talking about, Danny, you've done it. You've brought to our Thunderdome a film that I had no interest in talking about ever. I never wanted to rewatch this film.
I am so accomplished. There have been a few levels of accomplishment in my life, Lance. When I, got engaged, when I won my first acting award when I was in middle school, when I booked my first commercial, when I was over 6 feet for the first day. I remember that day. It was a good day. And when I brought Leprechaun to the Slasher's Paradise.
We are talking about Leprechaun today.
You get it, guys, right? Because it's March, and it's St. Patrick's Day, and it's the luck of the Irish, and a leprechaun of the lore, of the folklore, right? Of fantasy world. It's like leprechauns and unicorns and rainbows. Wait. I think it's pots of gold and rainbows and a red balloon, something like that, right?
Sure.
Yeah, right. Lucky Charms. Hey, you all know the guy.
Oh, man.
Maybe I had Lucky Charms. I'm very hyper. I'm very excited.
You are very excited. I am obviously hesitant on this one.
I will bring you up, Lance. I will bring you with me on this magical rainbow ride. Huh?
Okay.
All right, man.
All right, I'm ready. Danny, let's just get started.
Okay,
let's head into our pumpkin spice latte with a little bit of Bailey's on this one.
I like it. Leprechaun basically is about a movie. It's a movie about a leprechaun who has been caught and then had his gold stolen by Dan O'Grady, who then comes back to his homestead in North Dakota, where the leprechaun has followed him because he's not following the rules and wants to reclaim his gold from the O'Gradys, and goes on a murderous rampage, who then will stop at nothing to reclaim his gold from anyone who has it, and he wants his gold. That's what he says. I want me gold. Give him his gold, and he will go away. Leprechaun, the murderous version. Ta-da.
We are introducing a new game to Slash's Paradise tonight. It's called Slash Word. Danny, tell them how it works.
Basically, Slash Word is a version of Password, but with a horror twist. So if you hear at any point in time in the episode us say the Slash Word, take a drink of your favorite beverage, whether it be water or anything in between.
Yes, please stay hydrated. Fill your tiki cups with whatever you want to fill it with, and be safe while doing that. For tonight, the Slash Word is going to be brought to you by a special caller. And we're not going to hear this. Only you are going to hear this. Only the listeners and the viewers will hear or see whatever the slash word is.
That's correct.
But calling in today is Leprechaun. So Leprechaun, give us our slash word of the night.
The slash word is clover.
All right. So thank you, Leprechaun. With that, everyone fill your tiki cups, and we are going to continue on with our show.
I really wish I could have heard that. I love Leprechaun.
Me too. Here's the breakdown of the film. It was released on January 8th, 1993. Did you know that it was filmed in October of 91, Danny?
I did not know that.
So it took quite a while to actually come out. It was directed by and written by Mark Jones. The budget for the film, $900,000.
Oh my God.
Under $1 million. Our box office was $8.6 million. Not bad.
It's money.
I think it made it up to 15 million afterwards with DVD sales and all that kind of stuff. And also off the success of one of its premiere stars. Death count for this film was 4.
4 deaths.
Very, very small death count. The movie stars Warwick Davis from Willow, Star Wars, and many, many other films.
Many.
Debuting the lovely, the gorgeous, the Greek, Jennifer Aniston.
She's Greek.
Yes. She's the daughter of John Aniston from Days of Our Lives, which, yeah, there's your fact of the day. Also starring Mark Holton from Teen Wolf.
Yes. Chubby.
Yes. Robert High Gorman, the kid from Don't Tell
Clark.
Mom the
Clark from freaking Rookie of the Year.
Rookie of the Year. Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead, which also had Daniel Harris in it. Just had to mention that. Everything's connected. And then Kean Olenst. He was from Summer School, and he's also from April Fool's Day.
Oh, so, Nathan?
Yes.
Nathan? Yo.
The guy who plays Nathan, yes.
Nathan Arms.
So that is the breakdown for this film. The film starts with just a leprechaun sitting on the stairs counting his gold.
I'm not going to do this with you the entire episode. I will not sit here and have you smear the good name of Warwick Davis and his awesome performance. The leprechaun is not on stairs. He is probably in his basement, you know?
His basement?
Yes, he has a basement.
Okay.
I don't know. He's in the there's castles. Yes, the movie opens with him walking down. He's got powers because he closes the door. First of all, that shit scared the shit out of me as a kid. I will tell you, this movie, I think 93 is right at the pinnacle of the home box, right? The direct to movie, the direct to video.
Yeah.
Right? Because that's where I saw it. Personally, I mean, let me take you guys back real quick. Okay. It's Friday night and the moon is out. I want to head on over to the Twist and Shout. Actually, that's Saturday night. No. Imagine you're in school, okay? And it's Friday and you're out of school. Okay. Got the weekend. And then, okay, I'll just tell you what it was for me. My mom would pick me up from school and my brother too. And then she says, hey guys, what do you say for tonight? We do pizza. And, cause it was like the end of the 6 weeks and I got A's and so did my brother. We got A's cause we were smart up into when we could not care anymore. And, he's like, we get pizza. We'll go to, and at that time, Blockbuster wasn't there yet.
No, same in my town.
It was all hit video for us.
Ours was Midtown Video because it was literally in the middle of the town. So it was Midtown Video.
Well, my video store apparently was very misleading because they weren't all hits, except this one was a hit. Come on,
I don't think so.
So my brother and I, real quick. You go to the horror section as a kid, and some of the box art scares the shit out of you, right? Yeah. 976 Evil. He's like, he's coming at. It's like a goblin face, and he's kind of like coming at you, right? Remember Dolly Dearest? She looks creepy.
Yeah.
But Leprechaun, it's just him peeking out of. It's just a black, pretty much background and or whole thing, and it's just a sliver of him poking out of a door that's just like white glow coming out of it, and it's his face, and it's just like it's not a pretty looking leprechaun, man, right?
It's not pretty. No,
it's not Lucky Charms.
It's not Lucky Charms, which is what he was based on. Actually, the writer actually wrote this based on a commercial from Lucky Charms.
But did he always intend for him to look as creepy as he did?
No, actually, they did a few makeup tests, and there's quite a few adjustments made to this film. Originally, it's supposed to be a lot darker, a little more serious, and it was actually Warwick who came in and said, "Let's make this more comedic."
Well, okay, look.
And talked the writer and director into making it more of a comedy horror film.
That's awesome because, yes, at the time, this movie is scaring me when I'm that age watching it because it's creepy. And even though he's got his little red tights, you know,
They're pink, Danny. They're pink.
Little red tights, and he's got his green jacket and his top hat. And just so you all know, this movie obviously bore a crazy franchise of Leprechaun. I think there's up to 7 now.
7 or 8. I
No,
think there's 8.
yeah, 8, and then maybe 9 with the latest.
What's the latest called?
Mm-hmm.
I know that he goes to space. I know that he goes
4.
to the hood twice.
That's 5 and 6.
And then
there's an Origins.
There's Origins, and then there's the Return.
That's it. 8. So
there's 8. Yeah.
The Return was based as a direct sequel from this one, apparently.
Oh, it is? Of
Yeah.
course. That's what
Yeah,
everyone's doing now. Like,
I know.
you can't do a reboot. You can't do a remake. You do a sequel from the original, even though you have an entire franchise. But anyway, I digress.
We're not going to get into that because we already did. Check out Halloween 2018 episode. But anyway, so yeah, we're in the video store, man, and just go
memories.
to the video store with me, dude.
Those are good.
You got the popcorn smell as you walk in because they had fresh popcorn. Always the king size candies. You can see them. Y'all can see them. And then all the sections, right? Your mom would go to new releases, or your dad, or whoever took you. If my uncle would take me, we'd all just go straight to the horror section and just look around. And it was just the box art. That was an art form, obviously, but that's a completely different category, separate from the movie. Quite honestly, people remember posters a lot more than they do the movie sometimes.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, absolutely. And what I loved, because we had Midtown Video, which is like the only video store in town before we got Blockbuster and Hollywood Video. But what Midtown would do, and I'm sure a lot of the small town ones, they would make sure that all the box art was shown.
Mm-hmm.
I remember Hollywood, it was all filed. You know, you had to like go look like it was a book. You know what I mean? Like, that's not fun. The fun part was looking at the cover art, and you just took me back to like the greatest memories, man. Sometimes you just go and walk around. You never even get anything. You just want to look at the art and read the back and see the art on the back, you know, which is always a clip of the movie kind of a thing. And you're taking me back on that.
So. There were pictures in the back of the movie, the back of the VHS cover that didn't even come. Like, you never remember Halloween 5. He's posed up against the chimney, and you never see that shot in the movie. I think Halloween 4 even has the one where he's in that like magenta background, or he's like in the like in the smoke.
The mirrors, right? Or the
mirrors, the mirrors one, the mirrors. Anyway, this one had just the leprechaun in the front. Flash forward to Jennifer Aniston getting so awesome popular.
Yes.
Now she's on the cover as well. So if you ever see the cover, like on iTunes or whatever, she's, imposed with a green hue over her in the bottom, of course, because she's Jennifer Aniston and she's in the movie. But she's awesome in this movie.
She's awesome. And apparently nobody wanted her to be a part of this except for the writer and director, Mark Jones. He fought for Jennifer Aniston to be a part of this.
So this is introducing Jennifer Aniston.
This is her debut film. She had done TV. She has said before, and this is like kind of a controversy because even Warwick has gotten on her about this, but she has said, the beginning part of her career is a little embarrassing, and everyone tagged this movie as a part of it. But she has come out and said, like, it was a response to Warwick, like, that was my first success film. Like, this movie was extremely successful by the means of less than $1 million budget, and you made over 8 million plus with DVDs and everything, and sparked a franchise. So,
I mean, it must have been a lot of money back then, right? 93. That's still a lot of money.
It is, but I mean, by today's standards and how much it made and what the movie is, it's a horror film. This was Mark Jones, right? I keep saying his name.
Don't say Mike Jones. Who? Mike Jones.
Anyway, this was his debut film. This was one of those things, like, he wanted to get away from TV. He saw this as his opportunity, so he kind of wrote this thing. It was also based on a comic book. I don't know if you know that. I think it was like 9 issues. but it's based on a leprechaun going and looking for his gold, sort of a thing. So,
leprechauns, Irish. Do you have any Irish blood?
little,
Yeah,
little bit.
I don't. I'm jealous, man. I might have 1%. You know how it is. Like when you do the DNA test, right? And it's
Yeah.
always like, there's always like 1%. So it's like when St. Patty's Day comes around, man, St. Patrick's Day, I lose it. I love it. I love this stuff. I don't know why. I just have maybe in a past life, I was a Celtic warrior. Maybe I was Seamus, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm so drawn to this, to the culture and the celebration of around this holiday and these people and this life. I mean, yes, it is making, you know, it's like, you know, I think if you do like La Llorona for like Mexican culture and stuff like that, it's like, yes, or El Cucuy or something like that. Yeah, Leprechaun is like that. But it was always kind of jovially, it's like a little, you know, catch him and you get his gold, right? You know, and there's a unicorn and stuff. This time, catch him, you get his gold, then he'll fucking kill you for taking his gold. I'm telling you, he's so mad. He is so mad that Dan O'Grady took his gold. He's so fucking pissed. And he even says, there's a line, and this one is for the people out there whose favorite Stephen King adaptation movie is Storm of the Century. There's one point in the movie where he gets captured and put in a crate, and he's kind of just like trying to bargain his way out of being, you know, messed with any further. He says, if you give me what I want, I'll go away. That's from Storm of the Century. So for those of you out there that like Storm of the Century, that's for you.
There's some points, Danny. You got some points.
What?
I just, what you just mentioned actually is probably where I want to go with this. The culture part of it isn't really here. It's an Americanized version of a leprechaun.
Yes.
You take something, some part of folklore, you throw it into the horror element. I feel like
Lance, if I can sit through, damn it, I'm blanking on her name. La Llorona, what's her name? She was in it, and she's not in it. She's the lead, and she's not Mexican. Like,
oh well,
you know what I'm saying? Is just
yeah.
like, you know, there are some things that you just like you get just punched in the face. So it's like maybe this started my desensitization. I'm so American about it, right? But you're right. Continue, please. I didn't want to step on.
That's fine. I mean, we've talked about the difference in the way of horror fandom that we are. I love slashers. I love more of a serious take. It took me a while to get more into the fantasy stuff or the super gore or the creature feature kind of stuff. This one always just seemed funny to me. Like even as a little kid, I just kind of like, not my thing. But watching it this time, Danny, you forced it upon me to watch it as an adult. So we came back around to it. The first half of this movie, it's not until like the last 20 minutes. I will say the last 20 minutes are great. It's where this movie finds its identity. It's comical. It's got tons of momentum. There's great horror, gore, everything going on. The characters kind of come together. The first chunk of the movie is where I feel like you didn't quite know your identity because you came into this thinking it was going to be a more serious horror film. Then one of your actors is the one that kind of said like, hey, let's make it more of a comedy. So there's this kind of odd jumble. There's some great acting. I mean, there is for us, this is like an all-star cast. You know what I mean? We got the gorgeous Jennifer Aniston in it. We got your boy from Teen Wolf in there.
Damn right, my boy.
You're playing Ozzy. Just a jumble of characters. I feel like there's some interesting choices on this. I feel like they just kind of went their own way because the direction was all over until the very end.
So admittedly, your experience with Leprechaun is you watched it at a young age and it wasn't for you and you just never watched it again.
Yeah.
Okay. For me, in the beginning, wow, I just started telling this story and I'm already getting like, you know, emotional about it.
Oh, okay. He's got the tears
no, I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to cry.
Here we go.
I swear to God, I'm not going to cry. But let me just say, in the beginning of the horror, okay, so my brother's older than me. He's about a year older, right? And he's my big brother. He took care of me. in the beginning of my horrorness, my brother was there. You know, he would watch the scary movies with me. As a matter of fact, he would also like, you know, my favorite is Michael. His favorite is Freddy.
Yeah. Okay.
He loves Freddy, right? So in the beginning, we used to watch them all together. And there was a certain horror movie that my brother can watch. And this is one of them, right? Because it's a little jokey, right? I mean, okay, it's jokey. It's funny as hell. Because there are moments in there that like Henry and I quote to this day.
Yeah.
In moments we're just like having a conversation and, let's just say that because there's a line in there where Dan O'Grady is hanging upside down and he's just like, just it's too late for that now. Right. And my brother and I have done that in a conversation along with a multitude of anything. So we're watching these movies. He, is dying laughing and he'll watch the Halloweens with me. He's watching the Freddys with me. He's watching the Jasons, Chucky's. As a matter of fact, one time we got into trouble with my dad. We had Child's Play 3 on VHS. Have I said this story already?
I don't think so.
I think I told somebody. Anyway, the story is we had Child's Play 3 on VHS and my parents were going to, we were already a little older. So my parents were going to go like maybe get food or something. And we were just like watching Child's Play 3. And my dad was like, in Spanish, sometimes it's, it hurts more or it's like, it stings more,
Oh, yeah.
So he was like, take that out. I don't want to see that, watching that shit anymore. Right. And my brother's like, it's okay, fine, whatever. And I just go by his lead. He's the older one. Right. And I got to go by his lead. And plus I'm like a little chunky kid. So it's funny. And, my brother's like, it's fine. And dad's like, I'm serious. If you do not get rid of that movie, I'm going to come back. I'm going to break it. So he comes back and we're still watching it. Child's Play 3, we're watching it. Right? And he freaking throws it in the trash, right? Because, hey, that's what he told us.
Yeah.
They went all the way to Whataburger. And we could have done a lot in that time. No, we wanted to be little jerks and continue watching the movie, right? My brother he just goes like this. Little shit, right? He's like, fine, right? The cover or the case is ruined, right? We can't watch it anymore. My brother
Yes.
with the screwdriver undoes the VHS,
Yes.
takes the spools out, puts it in another thing that's like recording of Days of Our Lives or something, right? That was a random VHS and he puts it away and he just went like this. We're good.
Good.
And we had it, just little things. But Henry doesn't watch really the horror. Like he's not horror movies anymore because like there are some that really, really scare him, i.e. The Exorcist. He just will not watch it.
I get it.
We were brought up raised in a Catholic home. But anyway, the point of the whole story is that this takes me back to a moment in time where we would watch this movie over and over in every type of VHS player. You had the one hooked up to the TV. You had the TV with the VHS player built in. Remember that?
Yes, I do. I had one.
Oh man. So yeah,
Good times.
I have a love relationship with this movie, and it is my St. Patrick's Day horror movie to watch. Yes, I know it's so shitty of a thing to associate with the culture of the Irish people. I get it. I'm sorry, but I want to watch a horror movie that is dealing with.
I mean,
this around March.
for the most part, we've done nothing but talk about holidays and holiday films and all this. So yeah, it's kind of got to be a part of the rotation. There's not anything else that I know of that's out there really. Is there?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, you had mentioned, that Henry likes Freddy, right? I think Leprechaun kind of reminds me of Freddy the most of any of the classic slashers or horror film gods.
Because at this point, Freddy's obviously established. 84 is, at this point, I think they're like at 5. And no, Freddy's about to die. Yeah, they're at 5. I think Freddy's dead is around this time.
Yeah.
Part 6.
So while I'm watching him, I'm thinking about Freddy the whole time. He's comical. He's ugly. I just don't find him terrifying at all because it's so comical. So I'm sorry. I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
There is a scene where a police officer pulls him over. First of all, I say first of all a lot. Leprechaun has hijacked a toy car because he killed a shop owner. Okay, let's all go back real quick. His pot of gold or his bag of gold, right? Dan O'Grady has it in the beginning of the movie.
Yes.
He hides it and Leprechaun kills Dan's wife and does this whole throws his voice in like can imitate. He's magical, right? He can imitate voices and all that stuff.
Mhm.
So Dan O'Grady is gonna get him, right? He's gonna get him. Like he's like, you killed my wife. Hello, Dan. I just got a little crink in my neck. Okay, fuck that. How terrifying is that? Your wife is dead, and a little leprechaun has her dead body head, and he's just moving it and mimicking her voice. Do you know what I would do to that leprechaun?
What would you do, Danny?
I would get him, right? I would shoot him with a gun. Then I would throw him in a crate. Then I would put the crate lid over it. Then I would put a 4-leaf clover on top of the crates because the power of the clover will keep you locked in there forever. Get that goddamn clover off this crate. Oh my God, dude. How can you not have a great time with this movie?
Oh God, yeah. So it's revealed that the power over the leprechaun is the 4-leaf clover,
the very rare 4-leaf clover. As we all know, 4-leaf clovers are not. They're pretty much they're pretty much threes. There's not a lot of fours.
Always 3 leaves. Even this one that we have.
Have you ever seen a 4-leaf clover?
Not really. Okay, so back in school we had clovers in our little schoolyard or whatever, and we'd always fake it. So we'd peel 2 off and then wrap the stem around like, look, a 4-leaf clover. No, I never found a real one. But
man, you're dicey, man.
We used to fake people out. Yeah,
that's cool. No, I think I've seen a real 4-leaf clover. I think. But I personally have never picked one, but yes, the power of the 4-leaf, the power of the clover will keep you locked in there forever. Right. So Dan O'Grady sees his wife dead. Oh shit. Gotta deal with this leprechaun who has found it. He hid himself in luggage. He hid himself in luggage and traveled from Ireland where Dan was over there because he was going to get his mother's ashes. And Dan, while he was Dan O'Grady. Hey, I'm going to go to Ireland real quick because I got to, get my mother's ashes because my mother just passed away. While I'm here, though, I'm just going to take in the local sites. I'm going to go find a leprechaun, steal his gold. So he does. But the leprechaun is so pissed because the rule is he caught him. He has to give him his gold. Yeah. Those are the rules. That's what he says. The leprechaun's like, fuck the rules. Fuck you. I want my gold back and I'm going to do all my evilness to get it back. So yeah, man, this movie is dealing with some heavy issues. It's got greed, right? And greed and some more stuff. But so blah blah blah. He puts him in the crate because he shoots him and that like knocks Leprechaun out. Puts him in the crate, puts the clover over it. He can't get out. And Dan is going to burn his ass. He's going to burn him alive. But Leprechaun has woken up in the crate, and it's a voiceover. Warwick Davis is doing an amazing job. Just talking all the shit. Can you imagine? Like, he'd be the worst guy to play one-on-one basketball with because you'd be killing him, right? Dunking on him, but he would just be digging you all the time. He's
he's that guy. Like, you can shoot a 3-pointer in his face. It's still like, I got you.
Yeah, he's like, come on. Where you at?
Is that all you got?
I'm like, shit.
Oh, you got lucky. Yeah.
He is just all right.
Okay, yeah.
So he's just talking shit to Dan the whole time. And the actor who plays Dan O'Grady, he's sweating and stuff. And he's an older man and he's like hammering the nails so he can, extra lock him in. He's going to burn him alive. And he's pouring the gas and no, not gasoline. You can't burn me. I won't let you. His laugh, though, is really good. Anyway, Dan's about to light the match. Burn in hell, you little green bastard. Yeah, because his voice kind of goes, and then he has a stroke. Doesn't burn Leprechaun.
Yeah.
Fast forward 10 years later.
Well, first, you say it's terrifying, but if the character that's getting chased by the Leprechaun doesn't sell me on it being terrified, he sees his wife, oh no, he just doesn't sell it for me, so I'm not terrified. I'm not talking about sense.
That. I know you said it's not terrifying. I was setting up the moment that is terrifying. It's the cop, man.
It's okay.
The cop. Okay, so blah blah blah. Fast forward. Ozzy and Alex find the pot of gold. Ooh, when Ozzy, okay, I'm gonna go back to Ozzy here in a minute. But when Ozzy and them and Alex find the gold, they're going to take it into town to get it appraised, basically. And they leave it with a shop owner, right? They leave a coin. And he's like, let me, overnight and study it. The shop owner is about to put it in his safe. He's by himself. He's kind of, and it's very terrifying. It's very terrifying. And Leprechaun pops out of the fucking safe and he kills this shop owner, reclaiming his coin. and he pogo sticks the shop owner to death. You all been on a pogo stick? Me, I personally have only been able to jump, hop twice before eating it each time on a pogo stick.
Those things are dangerous.
Yes. Yes, they are.
They're extremely dangerous.
Because when a leprechaun gets a hold of a pogo stick... Stop it. When a leprechaun gets a hold of a pogo stick, he will play pogo on this shop owner's lungs, as he said. He does it in a rhyme and just destroys him. Okay. Fast. Now I'm back where I started. He takes a Power Wheels car because he has to get around.
It's like a truck or
right? It's like a lowrider. It's like a El Camino.
Yes, it is an El Camino.
So he's just driving it around, but because he's magical, he can make these little cars go very fast, right? So he's making this car. He's on the highway. He's on the 10, just fucking. He's just hauling it. And a cop is just or a deputy, and he's just drinking his coffee and stuff. And he just sees him, Come on, dude.
Yeah.
So, okay. So he stops the leprechaun and he messes with him. And he's like, don't you think you're a little young to be out so late? No, I'm 6,000 years old. So he thinks he's a kid. He's messing with him. The scene, and that's all I'll say. This is where I'm done. The scene of the leprechaun following the deputy into the woods, jumping on him, putting his hat down as a decoy. I mean, that deputy looks terrified, dude. And what does he do? He drop bears him, he koala falls onto the deputy and breaks his neck. The whole time it is very scary. So I don't care what you say.
Yeah. What? I can't even dive into this. It's so ridiculous. I can't defend it being scary or terrifying in any way. I think it's mostly because of the surrounding actors, like the cop, just oh, take the mask off, kid. What are you doing out here? He's got a souped up toy El Camino. Are you kidding me?
Up. It is very souped up.
Yeah. Are you kidding me? And he's got toys or shit in the back. Come on, man. You cannot take this seriously. But it's again, the acting is so, I want to say bad. It's in the world of Are You Afraid of the Dark to me. Which I love Are You Afraid of the Dark, but it's made for kids. So the acting to me is in that world.
That might make sense, actually. I think it does make sense because I, as a kid, and my brother as kids, we were watching it.
That's true. And one thing that they had to remember, I talked about the adjustments of the film, is they had to go back and refilm most of the kills because they wanted to add gore so it was more appealing to adults. So again, that jumble that I'm talking about of the kills are gory to an extent. And actually, I will say they are pretty gory and the effects are pretty fantastic on it for the most part, for that time, especially. Good
for them actually going back and redoing those because I do appreciate the fact that if it is classified as a horror film and, because it's when Freddy, right, gets down to killing, the kills are great.
Yeah.
For the most part, but they're very creative. Make the kills great. I think I watched a movie recently. It was one of those new ones. Freaky, right? I watched Freaky, and the movie itself is great-ish. It's good. It's watchable. It's Vince Vaughn, but the kills are fantastic. Yeah. The kills are fantastic. So what I'm trying to say here is I appreciate that they went back and fixed that or added to that because there are some kills in here that are there are 4 deaths that are really because Dan O'Grady, remember I said he has a stroke, but he doesn't die. So he gets committed to a home. And I guess he's ranting and raving the entire time that he's there. And Leprechaun then comes back because, they realize what they're dealing with. When I say they, it's Nathan. It's Jennifer Aniston's character. Tori
Redding.
It's Ozzy and it's Alex. And Tori is there with her dad. She's supposed to be this high school girl, right?
Yes, she's from LA. She's not Valley girl, but she's very LA girl,
Beverly Hills.
She's got a mobile, which she doesn't, cellular
device.
Yes, not a mobile phone, not a cell phone, but she calls it a cellular. I believe that's what it was.
Oh right. I gotta get to my cellular.
Yes. One of my favorite things though is I was trying to take notes on this because I haven't seen it in so long. I'm I gotta keep up on this. So the first thing she says is God, why are we in New Mexico? And her dad's we're in North Dakota.
She's like it matters.
It matters. It's not LA.
Yeah. So they set up Jennifer, which She looks great. I mean, yes, it's younger Jennifer Aniston, but like she looks almost the same today. I mean, it's ridiculous that she's found the fountain of youth. But it's established that she's with her dad for the summer.
Yeah.
So it's maybe like a joint custody sort of thing. I don't know. She's going to spend the summer with her dad, and her dad is played by, I don't know, but he's Derek Morris. He's Zach Morris's dad. That Derek Morris is not his real name. He's Zach Morris's dad in Saved by the Bell. So he bought the O'Grady's house. This is 10 years later. Remember what I said about the old falling on numbers thing? 10 years later, right?
Of course.
And I know this because the leprechaun eventually busts out of the crate, and he's like, "I'm starved. Haven't eaten in 10 years." Right? It's like, 10. Got it.
Thanks.
So she is, she's talking about Beverly Hills. She does not want to stay here. Yes, the house is like dirty. It's dusty.
Old.
Yeah, she doesn't want to stay there, right? But lo and behold, there's a crew of painters that they've hired: Nathan, Alex, and Ozzy.
What's the name of the company?
3 guys who paint.
3 guys that paint.
Hey, keep it simple. Pumpkin spice latte.
Hey.
So Nathan, she's done, right? She's about to leave. She saw a huge spider, and it's huge.
It's a tarantula. It's a fucking huge tarantula.
Oh my God.
What? What is that?
It's because it's Jennifer. It's because it's her.
She is the one thing I will defend in this film.
Okay.
She's beautiful.
You want to defend Jennifer? I'll defend Jennifer, but I will die for Ozzy.
Okay.
No, don't. Ozzy is awesome.
I'm not doing anything with Ozzy. I love Ozzy. His relationship with Alex reminds me of a very, very popular story that we've all had to read in middle school to high school. There's a play about it, Of Mice and Men.
Okay, right. Okay,
yeah,
yes.
He's very, very Lenny, and Alex is very George to me. So
Nathan is the heartthrob, and he's got the cut off sleeves. He's got some very well defined arms. I will give the man that. Mm-hmm. And when Jennifer Aniston, is about to leave, she bumps into him, and her priorities change because hubba hubba out here in North Dakota. I tried to make that rhyme. I don't know if it ended up happening.
No, I don't think so. But
in any case, she's decided, hey, you know what? I'm going to stay because my interest is piqued. Cut 2, on the other side of the house is what I did in the opening, is Ozzy, it's established that the character is a little, he's an adult man, but he's a little slow.
Yeah.
And Ozzy, I guess, is a friend. And Alex is Nathan's brother. So there's an older brother, there's a younger brother, and then there's Ozzy. But Alex and Ozzy, they get along very well. But Alex is almost like the older, sort of like more rational character or like presence in this friendship between them two. But Ozzy is awesome, dude. First of all, because he's just so genuine. He's so loving. He's so sweet. And because he tells these tall tales all the time, obviously, let's have him be the one that finds the leprechaun.
Of course.
So they don't take him seriously. There's a little bit of a, hey, it's just your imagination. All right, let's go find out what this leprechaun is. But there are so many moments that Ozzy does that, like, I love. They're just, at one point when they find the gold, Alex thinks that they can use the money to go get Ozzy's brain fixed. And he's like, so we can fix your brain. We can make you smart. And Ozzy just like, dude, I'm sorry, but Ozzy just like, he's kind of like fiddling with his fingers. He looks down. He's like, but I'm smart. I was like, dude, that's just, because like, he's very functional, but he's just like a big kid. That's what it is. That's the way it's being played. He's just a big kid at heart. Yeah. Because when they say we found all this money, he's like, Ozzy, do you know what this means? We're rich. And I could buy comics every week. I love that shit, man. It's fucking beautiful.
Something that they kind of mentioned about Alex or about Ozzy later on is that they can't actually fix his brain. And Alex knows that.
I know. That's
kind of the sweet part of it. I get it. They have a very sweet relationship.
But Alex watches out for Ozzy, but at the same time, it's a give and take. Alex is like, yeah, I know I rag on the dude and I like give him a hard time, but I'm still a kid too. So it's like we get along and I guess you appreciate that if there's like an older, like significantly older presence in your life, but like keeps their mind young at heart. You kind of are like drawn to that because you're like, Yeah, it's like maybe what I see myself eventually, like growing up to be this big kid, young at heart. Like you hope at least. But besides all that, please watch the movie and know that Ozzy is awesome and there are a lot of sweet moments, but I have to talk about a specific scene. It is perfect because
I can't imagine.
oh, yes, you can.
No.
Because they are looking. Okay, so we've already established that the leprechaun is around and they know the leprechaun is, and he's like, where's the gold? Give me my gold and I'll leave you guys alone. So they are like, nah, dude, we don't know what you're talking about for the most part. We don't know what you're talking about. Get away from us. They've now armed themselves with shotguns and stuff. And they're in the house and the leprechaun has like hidden himself in the cupboards of the kitchen. And I know this because Jennifer Aniston, right? She's like, oh my God, he's in the cupboards. Such a funny thing. It's like when you're trying to you're trying to kill a cockroach or something like that, and it's like, oh shit, it's in the closet.
Yes.
Get the Lysol. I don't know. So they're doing the thing where Tori will throw open the cupboard and Nathan has the shotgun. He's gonna blow his brains out, right?
Yeah.
Open the cupboard that they just saw him in. He's not there. He pops out another cupboard. He's like, I want me gold, right? He closes it. Open it. He's not there. He pops out another cupboard. He's like, you should have picked door number 2, me lad.
It's like whack-a-mole.
Yes, basically that, because he's magical. And now that his gold is around, which gives him his powers, he can be extra magical. There's one more cupboard. One more cupboard's left. It's time to open it and face the music. You can't go anywhere, man.
That's right.
So they open the last cupboard and he's not there. Where is he? His hand reaches through the drawer and grabs Nathan's nuts. It's the pinch. It's the pinch of the nuts. It's the index finger and the thumb. He pinches it so well. It's just like a, you know? And it's not just the pinch that makes that fucking scene beautiful. It's the noise that Nathan makes after having this nuts pinch. He's like, ah! Oh, good times, man. Good times.
This is what I was texting you while I was watching this film yesterday, and this is where I think the movie starts. If you want to watch this movie, watch it from the cupboard scene on, because it's great. It's not great, but it's good after that. After that point, when he starts screaming, that's my favorite part. It's kind of like Rogue One. Just watch the last 20 minutes. You're good. You don't need to watch the rest.
Oh, dang. Okay.
But yeah, it's that fucking scene, dude. I died.
Because of the pinch.
Yeah. It's the pinch, but like you say, it's the scream that comes with the pinch because you've been there. You know?
And you know what? It takes a special kind of person to say, I'm okay with my sexuality, to just be able to pinch another man's nuts so hard as a way to get him. You know who used to do that all the time and never lost man points? I'm putting that in air quotes, folks. Ric Flair used to do that all the time. Remember, he would grab somebody by the nuts. Right, he was like, you got me, Rick. And everyone was like, yes, pinch the nuts. Right? He gives him a good pinch and Nathan,
But that's at that point, now it's a comedy. Like, it's supposed to be funny. It's hilarious. But then we go. It's a chase scene after that.
Yeah, it's a chase scene because they figure out that Dan O'Grady is the one who knows how to get rid of the leprechaun. So Tori, Jennifer Aniston, goes to the home while it's being, followed by the leprechaun, obviously, and finds Dan O'Grady, who's being got to by the leprechaun first. So he's on the edge of life, and Dan says, 4-leaf clover, freshly plucked from the clover patch behind the well. You gotta put it on his body. Then you can kill him. Dies. Thank you, Dan O'Grady, for your service to this movie. But very, very important that he said freshly plucked. Because I'm like, 4-leaf clover, go get the one. Go get the one that was on the crate. Nah, that one's already kind of...
No, it's got to be fresh. Yeah, I saw that. It was a very, blatant thing. It's got to be a new one.
Freshly plucked from the clover patch.
And we've already talked about how hard it is to find a 4-leaf clover anywhere. There's always 3. There's always three leaves. So where are you going to find... Where the hell are you going to find a 4-leaf clover?
Well, obviously, Dan O'Grady found one. And you know what? Ozzy, Tori, and Nathan all start hunting for one because Alex is going to stay behind and guard put down a bear trap, remember?
That has no teeth.
Oh, gosh. So it still hurt. It still hurts fucking a lot. So they're out there, and Jennifer's like, we're not gonna find one. And who's the one that's just like full of hope? Ozzy's like, yeah, you can find one. I found one once when I was a kid. Like, we'll find one, right? And they're looking, and they just can't find one. And Ozzy gives her you just gotta believe. And she's had it. Tori's had it. Damn it, Ozzy! The classic Jennifer is speaking through the teeth thing.
Yeah.
Damn it, Ozzy! I'm so sick of your fantasies and your stupid riddles or whatever. We're not going to find a clover. He's like, you got to believe. And she obviously believes angrily believes, pulls up, finds the 4-leaf clover. Now they can fight the leprechaun.
Yeah.
Now they got the ammo.
If you notice the way she finds it, it's one handful of just like leaves and all this other stuff. And then the 4-leaf clover she brings to her. Oh, look at this. Look at this little trick. Oh my God, there it is.
She felt the magic.
No, the 4-leaf clover is in her left hand. The bunch of leaves that she's been, sifting through is in her right hand. She magically brings it up. It's hilarious if you notice it. It's an editing. That was my complaint about the movie too, is I think it loses a lot of the jump scares and the fun scares through the editing, because there's one in particular. I remember she finds the gold in the, the well, thank you, and gives it to the leprechaun. Great, we're done. And he pulls her in and gives her a kiss. And I had to rewatch the scene. Like, did he bite her or scratch her? But the next, literally the next frame is her running 10 feet away. And I have no idea what happened. I had to rewind it to be like, wait, did she get bitten or
he
it was a kiss?
Kissed her because he's Irish.
Right.
You get it?
I get it, but I had to rewatch it because I totally did not get it at first. Some of the editing was just like, oh, you just missed the jump scare, or you just missed what could have been. Oh, fuck, that got me, a pop scare.
Yeah, you could lean into that moment a lot more. Sure.
So I think that was one of my bigger complaints. Is that's why it wasn't scary to me, is because you never got me on any of the jump scares, and that's what you were going for, is jump scares.
I have told you that one of my favorite subgenres of horror is horror comedy. I love it.
Yeah.
It's quite honestly what I lean to when we're making our own.
Yeah.
But at the same time, this movie, yes, if you look at it as a fun ride to just kind of throw caution to the wind, it has some more horror elements. It is technically classified as a horror movie. You'll have fun with it, and it's one of those, it's like, I don't say it's like an introductory to the horror, because if I introduced horror or slashers with this movie, then you'd be like, I'm good. Or you would go into a horror movie expecting to be laughing and shit, and you wouldn't get that, because there's not a lot of laughing moments in any of the Halloween movies. Like save for a moment here or there with Loomis, I think. With the Jasons, it's the Camp Costner's trying to be funny. In Freddy, it's a laugh riot, but it's still scary, at least the original. With this one, yes. I will go. I am on board with you with that. Yes, the last 20 minutes definitely pick up, because now we have a clover, right? We have a 4-leaf clover. We can fight the leprechaun. You said Jennifer Aniston gives him the pot of gold, but I forgot to mention, when Ozzy and Alex find the gold, Ozzy's trying to see if the gold is real. He's like, I know how to find out it's real. You just bite on it. I seen it in the movie, and swallows it. So the leprechaun, being greedy as hell, is counting his gold that has just been given to him. 98 and 99. And he's missing one. He has 100 gold pieces, and that is, he can't part with not one coin. That's Thor and Oakenshield for somebody specific. I hope they're watching.
Okay.
So yeah, he's like, I need all of my gold back. So he's gonna, kill everybody. And he's gonna have to get to Ozzy's stomach to get that last coin.
Yeah. And poor Ozzy.
Poor Ozzy. And he knows it. Ozzy's like, he wants me. I got the last gold coin in my stomach, right? And they're like, no, Ozzy, we're not going to let you sacrifice himself. Well, there's a point where Leprechaun is about to destroy Alex. He's on Alex. He's about to kill him. And Ozzy, oh man, why am I getting emotional?
Oh my God.
Shut up, dude.
You are not getting emotional again.
Ozzy opens the doors and he's like, no, because he sees Alex, man. That's his buddy.
Yeah.
He's going to save him. And he's like, it's me you want, you little son of a bitch. I have the last gold coin. I swallowed it. It's in my stomach. Then it's your belly I want. Right? And he goes, and Right? Because remember the bear trap? They caught Leprechaun made Nathan get in the bear trap. This is a funny moment. Leprechaun runs past Nathan because he's like struggling with the shotgun, and he just hits him in the ankle. He goes, "How's your leg?"
Yes, that was hilarious.
Anyway, final moment. Ozzy is getting cut to pieces with the gold buckle on the Leprechaun shoes. He's getting cut to pieces, and Alex is going to save him. He gets the 4-leaf clover. He's like, I'm going to save you. I'm going to save you. And I'm going to say the moment. And then you have an actually interesting fact about this, I believe.
Yeah.
So Alex gets Leprechaun's attention, gets a piece of gum, wraps the 4-leaf clover in it, and puts it in a slingshot. And he goes, "Hey, Lep." And he's like, He says, "Fuck you, Lucky Charms." Bam! Right down the gullet of the Leprechaun, and he swallows the 4-leaf clover. Obviously, that's going to destroy him. They kick him down the well, light him on fire, blow up, end of movie.
Right. The interesting fact about this and that line was, I kind of mentioned that, what's his name? I keep forgetting his name. Mark Jones wrote this film, and it was kind of based on not only the comic, which I believe the Leprechaun's name was Dan
O'Grady?
O'Grady,
okay.
Yes. So there was the mix up there, or the tie-in.
Sure.
But it was also based on the Lucky Charms Leprechaun commercial. So he actually got permission to use Lucky Charms, because there's a scene where the Leprechaun is like scarfing down food because he's hungry or whatever it was. That was originally Lucky Charms.
Right.
Instead, it became Lucky Clover.
Mm-hmm.
Because Lucky Charms was like, yeah, sure, you can use our cereal, and that's totally fine. We give you permission. Then they saw the movie, realized, oh, we don't want any part of this, and said, no, you cannot use Lucky Charms in this film. Get it out of there. So the original line was this badass pullback for Alex, and he says, "Your luck is run out." Action scene moment, And instead, because of them taking Lucky Charms away, it's "fuck you, Lucky Charms." So it was literally a "fuck you" to Lucky Charms.
And let me just say really quick about Lucky Charms is the worst cereal down the cereal aisle. Nobody wants Lucky Charms save for the marshmallows, but it's basically Cheerios with marshmallows. I don't want it. I don't need it. I don't want it.
Yeah, I don't think I can disagree.
I will eat Smacks before I eat Lucky Charms.
Ooh, that's hard.
I will eat
Smacks are good.
Special K before I eat Lucky Charms.
Okay.
Give me another one. I will eat a bowl of oats from a tree.
Cookie Crisp.
Okay, first of all, I eat Cookie Crisp over a lot of things. So basically, yes, they, falls down the well. They light the well on fire because, of course, he's still alive, barely. And at the end of the movie, he does a little riddle to, voiceover as it, zooms in down the well. He's still alive because he's magical, and he's going to come after you again, potentially setting up a sequel.
He's terrifying. His fucking face is melting. Like,
pardon?
That was the most terrifying part of the film.
Terrifying? Film at 11. You heard it right here. Lance has said that there is a movie moment in Leprechaun that is terrifying. Thank you.
I give full credit to the team that came up with the effects on this. Again, the Leprechaun was supposed to look very different. Little, like maybe a pulled back face sort of a thing, like a Jack Nicholson Joker sort of smile thing.
Yeah.
And they, chapped him up and made him look grotesque. It almost looks like he has moss like growing on. He has a little bit of green on his wrinkles.
They really lean into that in the sequels, because I personally like the way he looks in this one more than any of them. He's got like a curly hair sort of thing, and in the sequels they give him long hair. Not for me personally. I like the shorter hair.
You know what's funny is
on him.
What I'm remembering from what you just said is the Leprechaun showed up on MTV a lot.
Yes.
And I totally forgot about this. This has been like a good flashback episode. We're talking about going to the VHS stores and, going through the aisle and picking our movies, looking at posters. And now we're talking about Leprechaun on it. Yeah.
But not only did he pop out on MTV.
It's like Spring Break.
He popped up on, he was referenced. Remember this? I'm the Leprechaun. Remember, I'm putting the flashlight to my face like Wayne in Wayne's World.
Wayne's World, yes.
No, wait, I'm the Leprechaun. You see? So
I saw you setting something up over there.
I had to get a flashlight. I didn't want to ask you if you had a flashlight here. I just got my phone and turned on the flashlight. But yes, there is. Yes, there are definitely terrifying moments. But yeah, this dude got big. He got big because I mean, not stature-wise, he's a little guy, but they got very popular. People know. Remember they were doing like horror deathmatch, and it was like you didn't want to like pull. You didn't like want to pull Chucky up against like Chucky versus Hellraiser. And you're like, okay, that's a mismatch. But there was like Chucky versus Leprechaun because they're little guys, right? Let them go at it. I always gave Leprechaun the win, but it was pretty even because Chucky has voodoo, Leprechaun has magic.
Yeah,
I'm just saying. Maybe something we get into.
Yeah, down the road coming up. I don't know. We'll see. Danny, how many 4-leaf clovers do you give Leprechaun?
I don't want to go deep into what I needed to talk about my ratings, just because I feel like my ratings are kind of getting away from me. But more so, we got to know that these ratings are kind of, they are loose, but we do make sure that they carry a certain criteria, i.e., they got to be kind of scary. They have to be a good movie in the sense of like they made us feel good. And, we enjoyed them. So I will say all that to say that although I gave some really, really good movies the rating I'm about to give Leprechaun, in no way do I, as a film watcher, believe that Leprechaun is like up in the pantheon of really great movies. Anyway, for 4-leaf clovers, I'm going to give it 4 clovers.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yikes.
man. 4 clovers for the Leprechaun.
Oh man. As far as you kind of mentioned the rating system here. It's kind of almost a joke because we change it every week.
Oh my God.
But as far as like it applies to everyone listening or watching, like it's about watchability. Mm-hmm. Should you watch it? For me, a strong 3 is always like, you should definitely watch it. It's a part of horror lore. 4 is like definitely watch it. And a 5 is for the showdown at the end of the year that we're going to do.
Absolutely.
For that. So I will give this one a 2. I will give this one a 2. If you can watch it, sure. If you want to drink to something, do that.
Why are you the way you are?
It's not great. Don't skip it.
Honestly, every time
watch it eventually. I don't know.
Honestly, every time I try to have fun in here, you do the things that make me not have that fun.
Oh, it's all fun here. Come on, man. Fill your tiki cup with some Irish whiskey or something.
There's a beautiful drink that Caitlin and I made. It was
blended Canadian.
It calls for mint chocolate chip. Ain't no way, no damn mint ice cream that shouldn't exist to begin with.
Oh, it's my favorite.
What is wrong with you? I'm not going to brush my teeth while having dessert.
It's green. Come on.
No, but anyway, it's like that, and it's like Bailey's and something else. We make it. We've made it now for 2 years. We're going to make it again.
It's not blended Canadian.
Blended Canadian. That's from part 2.
I know. You haven't mentioned it yet. I had to sneak it in
part
there.
2, there's a man drinking by a thing. He's drinking whiskey, and then, of course, Irish whiskey is very much a thing. Leprechaun grabs the whiskey, takes a drink, and he spits it out. He's like, blended Canadian. The only whiskey's Irish whiskey. And, blended Canadian is actually my favorite whiskey because it's Crown Royal.
Oh, man. All right. I'm done with this. Leprechaun 2, 4. That's Danny. I'm Lance, reminding you to
lock your doors,
bolt your windows,
and I want me gold.
And join us next time in our Slasher's Paradise. Hey! Thank you everyone for watching Slasher's Paradise tonight. Please go down to the subscribe button right down here and click subscribe, and make sure you turn on your notifications so that you know when we go live next time on YouTube. Danny.
And if you prefer an audio version, look us up on Apple Podcasts, find Slasher's Paradise, listen to us obviously, and leave a 5-star rate and review. If you don't know what to say, go ahead and put in a request of a movie you'd like for us to talk about. We'd love to hear what you think, guys.
Yes, please. And if you would love to see more of our beautiful faces, head to facebook.com/deadcandyfix. Dead Candy is the producer of Slasher's Paradise, and we will see you there, and we will see you next time. Here's to you guys.
This is Slasher's Paradise. Sorry, I had to work that in.
And I'm going to drink on that.
Wayne's World! Wayne's World! Party time! Excellent! Woo, 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 woo! All right.
Excellent.
All right, before we end the show tonight, we just wanted to say there's been a lot of rumors about Slasher's Paradise not being a thing anymore. We're just here to tell you that this weekend we'll be watching along with Slasher's Paradise for their first ever St. Patty's Day watch along.
Yeah, we're very excited, and it's Slasher's Paradise. And make sure you got your drink of choice and you play along. And make sure you're wearing green. You don't want to get pinched.
That's right. Especially don't want to get pinched by. Oh, I shouldn't say it, should I?
What's going on, man? What do you do? Why?
You want to know what we're watching, Garth?
Oh, yeah, I think our viewers would like to know too, but now I'm very scared. What are you talking about?
Well, this weekend with Slasher's Paradise, we'll be watching The Leprechaun.
Ah, no!
Yeah, The Leprechaun.
Okay, man, that's funny. Put it away. Kind of getting scared, even though I'm sitting over here.
Garth, relax.
Man,
Okay,
no,
Garth,
you don't
Garth,
mess around
Garth,
with that stuff,
You're in a
man.
forest. You're in a forest. Okay, you're with Daniel Harris.
Daniel
You're in a
Harris.
forest. You're feeling warm.
I am warm.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right. You know what would be really terrible is if the Leprechaun showed up.
It's scary. I don't want to.
I'm the Leprechaun. I'm the Leprechaun. Don't steal me pot of gold because I'm the Leprechaun.
Want to leave, but I can't leave.
All right, calm down, sweetie.
Just-
Fairy dust. Fairy dust. Fairy dust.
Oh,
Okay.
man.
Relax. Calm down. Okay.
Oh,
All right.
man, you went on too much longer. I was gonna get out of here, man. I was gonna take off.
Where are you gonna go?
Yeah.
Where are you gonna go?
Well, I don't know.
Are you gonna go to
Maybe-
Ireland? 'Cause I'm the
Stop
Leprechaun.
it! No,
I'm
this
the
guy's
Leprechaun
terrifying.
guy.
I don't have your gun.
All right. Hey, join us this weekend as we watch Leprechaun 2. It's a watch-along episode, so please enjoy it with us.
Yeah, man. Watch Leprechaun 2.
All right, Danny, that's you can break character now. It's Slasher's Paradise.
No.
Yeah, it's Slasher's Paradise, man. We can take off the.
Oh.
I think we can.
Oh, I glued mine on.
Oh boy.
Dead Candy. Dedicated entertainment for the dead.
Spoiler alert. Slasher's Paradise encourages viewers to watch these horror films before listening to our show. Danny and Lance will go through everything, including filmmaking, dialogue, characters, and even full scene breakdowns when we get excited. Enjoy the show.
Hello! You've reached Whoretown Video. After hours. For store hours, please press 1. For the horror movie recommendation of the week, please press 2. For the slash word of the night, please press 3. For all other recommend, you've selected the slash word of the night. Tonight's slash word is Leprechaun.
Hey, man.
Hey, Danny.
Happy St. Patty's Day.
Hey, happy St. Patty's Day.
I'm happy. I'm so happy, man. I'm so happy to be here in the Slasher's Paradise. I think that deserves a toast. And thank you so much for pouring that for me.
Cheers.
Cheers. Blended Canadian. The only whiskey's Irish whiskey.
Well, that's all we got, Danny.
No, it tastes pretty good anyway.
Hey, it's your favorite.
Yay!
Hey, welcome to Slasher's Paradise, the watch along for St. Patty's, our first ever annual watch along St. Patty's Day. We're watching Leprechaun 2. Because we
Lance.
already watched Leprechaun 1, number 1. We did that episode already. Number 2, the only way that Danny could get me to bring Leprechaun 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, however many there
There
are,
are a lot.
was to get me a little inebriated and watch it with you. So this is going to be a watch along. We're going to give you a countdown down the road of a 3, 2, 1. You're going to click play with us, and we're going to watch the movie with you with our commentary, the Slasher's Paradise way.
It's very exciting, Lance. I mean, I was getting very excited. I was trying to jump in there just to talk about it. Look, I'm very excited to be in here, first of all. Happy St. Patty's Day. But, folks, we all know that Lance has been way too hard for too long on the Leprechaun. And let me just say, we had a blast with Leprechaun 1.
Yes, absolutely.
And if you thought that was something, we're about to have a double blast. We're about to just go double greatness because it is the second installment, and it doesn't, honestly, is in terms of a movie, doesn't get better, but it gets better in terms of an experience. Can I say that? Is that okay?
Sure.
Am I allowed?
I can honestly say I have not watched Leprechaun 2, so this will be a first watch with me, a first commentary, first everything. I've maybe seen clips here and there on the Sci-Fi Channel, which it's currently on, and that is it. I will say our first episode with the Leprechaun was a great episode,
It's a
and I
fantastic
hope
episode.
people go back and listen to it. It's the first time that we talked about our experiences in the video store.
Oh, yeah.
And the nostalgia factor kind of came back, and we've had many episodes since then. But it was the first time that really, like, Danny kind of started to dive in and took me back with him, and we started to talk about our hometown video stores. So we hope that you go back and watch that episode or listen to it. This one's going to be really interesting because we've never done a watch along. It's our
No.
first one ever. It's the only way that we're going to do Leprechaun ever again.
Well, too bad.
So this will be interesting. This is going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be kind of experimental. Danny, what's good about this movie? Why do you love Leprechaun? You've brought it into Slasher's Paradise so many episodes. If you've listened to our episodes, for some reason, Danny always brings Leprechaun into the mix. Sometimes he finds a way to bring Leprechaun into the mix and finds a connection to the Leprechaun world. Why is this movie what we're watching today? Why is it worthwhile?
I'm glad you asked, Lance, because for all intents and purposes, Leprechaun, the franchise, should not actually be a sentence. Because there is no way after watching the first one did folks think, let's churn these out and people are just going to come back and watch these. Now, I have to preface this is to know these movies were going straight to video. Okay, they were made for video, right?
This was the last one that was actually made for the theater.
That was in the theater.
This got a theatrical release.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what about the whole franchise, and I think I'll just speak up to about Leprechaun 4. That the box art, the posters got me so invested. I mean, the first one, he's peeking from behind a door. He's kind of far away. You can't really make out his face, which is kind of the point because it's like his face is hidden for the most part of in the beginning.
Yeah.
But if you look at the poster for Leprechaun 2, he's holding a candle very sinisterly. His hair has grown out. Very cool. He's let his hair grow out.
Yep.
There's actually not really any continuity from part 1 to part 2. There's so many things that have just been like ignored, so whatever. But the point is, this movie, all the Leprechaun movies, should not be as fun and or as successful as they are, but yet when you get a world class, and I'm not saying this tongue in cheek, I'm saying this correctly. A world-class actor by the name of Warwick Davis.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
When you latch on and you get them to buy in, okay? This is the same thing that they did with like Corbin Burnson, right? They got him for The Dentist. I mean, these are you can name it like the Candyman with oh gosh, I'm blanking on his name. The Tony Todd, right?
Oh,
So
the
like
lead.
you're talking about
Yes.
like real great actors, and they buy into the absurdity that is a Leprechaun, The Dentist, Candyman, you name it. There's something at least that can always be true and always be for lack of a better phrase, it could always be consistent. That's what I was trying to say. So you knew no matter what weird premise it was going to be, Warwick Davis was going to put everything he had into the performance, and he did it masterfully for pretty much, I think, until about part 6. So anyway, there's no reason. I don't have a specific reason as to why Leprechaun works, Lance. It just works. And it's the movies that when I was younger, I would seek them out because, and I'll tell you this right now, as I'm sitting here back in the Slasher's Paradise, feeling very good as we are being engulfed by the green. Well done, producer Lance.
You got it.
They're the movies that allowed me to kind of start reconciling with how scared I was of these movies. Okay. So, Freddy Krueger, Leprechaun, of the same style. They're going to kill you. They are going to make it really bad, but they're going to have their kicks and laugh about it at the same time. And then they talk to you. It's different than a Michael, than a Jason, because if the rules apply, which is just like I am talking to them, so they should be able to listen to me. Maybe you can reason with them, right? Maybe you can get out of the situation, bargain with them. That's what I started to see as a kid. I'm like, oh no, you run into Michael, death, right? For the most part. You run into Leprechaun, maybe as long as you're not messing with him or don't have his gold, you might walk away from it. So these movies were very fun for me because it allowed me to kind of be like, oh, okay, it can be okay. I'm still scared, but it can be okay. Does that make sense?
No, you made a great point because like with Michael and Jason, maybe you'll get like a head tilt and a second of hope. Mm-hmm. Where with Freddy and Leprechaun, you're getting a full-on conversation. Like, oh, I'm out of here. Like, this guy, we're cool. We're good. I'm out of here, and I'm going to make it through. I feel like Leprechaun is, we've kind of talked about this before, a very silly concept. You kind of mentioned it, like Warwick's depiction of this. He actually changed the version of Leprechaun. Leprechaun 1, the original version, which we did an episode about, it was supposed to be a lot more serious. It was supposed to be a lot more dark, and Warwick took it to a different level and said, hey guys, this is going to be more comedic. Okay. There's a way to take this to a funny level, and I think I can take it there. And that's what we got. And that's why Leprechaun was so successful. The first film actually made about $8 million.
How many? How much?
$8 million.
Wow.
So the budget, I believe, go back to the first episode and don't quote me, but it was like under $1 million. I believe it was like 900,000, somewhere in there. And they made $8 million back. The budget for this one was $1.5 million. They made $2.3 million back. Okay. So that's why we kind of went back to home video after this.
But home videos, y'all had to be there. You really did. I mean, you know what? It still exists, but it's different. There's something different about perusing the aisles, seeing physical media, right? Seeing the VHSs, and even when it was DVD, and they had to rope you in with box art at the same time, y'all. These trailers that you see dropped at certain hours of the day, and there's like these launch, stuff like that. There were trailers that were permanently attached to VHS tapes. And I want to say that for Leprechaun, maybe it was Leprechaun 1, I think like a Children of the... No, I have it. It's Halloween 6 VHS. And if you put it in and you watch it, there will be a Children of the Corn trailer permanently attached to it. I just saying, like, this is the way that they were able to, and usually it was like Miramax owned a lot of these different properties, so or whoever did, and they were just trying to, make folks be aware of their other properties. But that's how, as far as promotional stuff, it was the trailers that were attached to movies, and then the posters. Yeah. So you just went by and you looked and you're like, ooh, that poster looks fun. Oh, I knew Leprechaun 1. I saw that last year, perhaps. Now here's Leprechaun 2. He's holding this candle and he is being, he has the cityscape behind him. It's very cool. I'm interested. Leprechaun in the city, right? Why is he holding the candle? What does the candle have to do with anything? Why did his hair grow? Lots of questions. So the only way to get them answered is by renting the movie. Right?
That's absolutely correct. It's funny that you mentioned the trailer because there was one version of the trailer on one specific movie. I don't have it with me right now, but if you plugged in the VHS, you saw a trailer for the Leprechaun. There's a ton of scenes that were not used in this film.
Don't say that to me. Don't.
That's the way it was back then.
Yeah.
And we talked about this actually in our first Leprechaun episode. Was like you would check the box art and see a bunch of scenes or a couple of pieces of art that were not actually used in the movie. We actually talked specifically about Halloween 4.
Yeah.
And it was either the mirrors or the lighting on him.
Yeah.
There was like a smoky light on Michael Myers.
Even Halloween 5, he's like posing by the fireplace. It looks like hey, Michael, stand over there and it just looked very menacing. We just want to take a photo. I don't know why that's what the photographer sounds like, but here we are.
Sounds like Francis.
Well,
but yeah, that was the thing. Like, so there was literally one trailer out there on one specific film that nobody ever talks about, nobody knows anything about. But there's a ton of scenes that are mentioned and shown in that trailer that did not make it to the final cut of Leprechaun 2. So that was kind of the fun era. Like we got to see these cool posters. Now the posters are completely different when you see them on digital or whatever.
Oh yeah,
you know, like they try. Like we actually talked about this in the first one as well. Was Jennifer Aniston was then plugged into the poster art. She has a green like film over her because she became a mega
Jennifer
star.
Aniston,
yeah, and the interesting fact about that was she was also offered $25,000 to be a part of this movie, which I know nothing about, by the way. So we're gonna have to get to our pumpkin spice latte in just a moment. But she was offered this, but Friends had just started, so she could not take the money. She could not try to come back for the role. So they had to kind of manipulate some things and rewrite the way that this movie goes down. With that said, Danny, what is our pumpkin spice latte, our St. Patty's Day pumpkin spice latte for Leprechaun 2?
Ah, yes. The St. Patty's Day version of Leprechaun 2's pumpkin spice latte. That is the last time I'm going to do that. Goes as such. Happy birthday, Leprechaun. It's his 1000th birthday. The Leprechaun is now in search of a bride that, if he can find, will allow him to culminate his 1000th birthday. Fine. In the way, of course, are the potential bride's boyfriend and other folks who are just not going to allow a leprechaun to steal a woman in this modern day, thank you, and marry her. Now, there are some tricks and some requirements that are necessary to have a bride be the one that will belong to the leprechaun, as a sinister plan of making them sneeze, the bride, sneeze 3 times would solidify the union. Will the leprechaun allow this to happen? Because the only way to break that curse is if you say bless you to the sneezing lass. We'll find out in this watch-along of Leprechaun 2. I use the word lass.
Oh, man. That's...
Don't. Do not.
I did not know the synopsis of the film.
Well, here we are.
So here we are. The movie was released on April 8th, 1994. Remember that this is the last theatrical Leprechaun until the last one, Origins, I believe.
Gosh, I'm 9 years old.
So the budget was $1.5 million, adjusted to $2 million. The box office was $2.3 million. The director was Rodman Flender. Movie stars Warwick Davis,
Yep.
Siobhan Durkin, Charlie Heath, Sandy Barron, James Lancaster, Kimmy Robertson, Adam Beesk, and Clint Howard.
Oh, yeah.
And I had to mention Clint Howard
Definitely
just
did.
for Danny.
Mm-hmm.
That's the breakdown. That's our pumpkin spice latte. I'm excited.
The word is excited, Lance. The word you wanted to use exactly right there is excited. Because we are excited to watch Leprechaun 2 right now. Because let me just say, man, 9-year-old Danny, holy moly, this guy was on his way. And the one thing he liked to do was watch horror movies on VHS. What a time it was. I'll tell you, the spread was definitely being, handled. But I will say, folks, today you have the opportunity to, you're grown-ups for the most part, if you're watching, and you should be a grown-up because this is not for children, unless you're 9-year-old Danny, in which, but the truth is you could make a spread that is very St. Patrick's Day themed. We can do that. I'll tell you, yes, we were right into the shutdown from the pandemic. Oh. Like right into it. And St. Patty's Day came along and it was like, don't go anywhere, don't do anything, don't be anybody. And my darling wife and I made shamrock shakes that were spiked.
Right.
Yeah.
You mentioned this.
They had, I did. Bailey's.
Right. You took the mint out of this, right?
Yeah, because that's bullshit, okay?
It's not. But
yes,
it's okay.
it is.
No, it's not.
Okay, next time you want me to, I'll make you a mint shake, and I'm just going to put toothpaste and ice cream, and you can have it. That's what it tastes like to me. Sorry, anyone who's going to try and convince me that mint is good for a dessert.
Oh, it's so good. Mint Oreo, boom.
Okay, you see how convinced you are? Do you see how convinced you are?
Yeah, mint Oreo.
This is how
it's
convicted,
amazing.
how much I am in my convictions that Leprechaun is a fantastic addition to the horror movie franchise, and Leprechaun 2 will be memorable for its own reasons. That's all I'll say. Agree or disagree?
I can't wait to watch it for the first time. Again, I've seen pieces here and there. It's currently on Sci-Fi. It's especially going to be on Sci-Fi this weekend. Mm-hmm. You can also buy it for like $5.
$5
digitally.
Oh yeah. But you can splurge and do the I believe it's available on most digital platforms, the Pot of Gore bundle, which gives you all the movies, and I saw it as low as $24.99 for about six or seven movies.
I just like the Pot of Gore. That's amazing.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
All right, are we ready to watch?
I think we are. I think we've set it up enough.
Right. Does everyone have their snacks? Everyone has their drinks? Are we ready to go?
Get your spread, and we are still playing the slash word. It's happening.
Yes, slash word was played before the episode, so don't forget your slash word. I'm going to go ahead and say every kill you should take a drink or finish your beer. It's St. Patty's Day. It's the American style, so we drink for some reason. We celebrate the death of St. Patrick.
I'll tell you something. And I said it, and I know some of these little tidbits are going to be repetitive from, and if I could just touch this real quick, are going to be repetitive from when we did the first Leprechaun episode. But I will say this. I feel some sort of weird connection to Irish folklore and just wanting to visit Ireland and just go to like a bar in Ireland and just like, I don't know, listen and watch, look and listen. It's something about it. I'm not even Irish, not even a little bit. Did the 23andMe? Don't know. But I love the Irish culture for some reason. I'm so attached to it. I love it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, because it was like, I was like, do I have to move to Chicago to do something fun for St. Patrick's Day?
Right. Why is that the thing? Why is it Chicago and not New York?
I don't know.
I mean, New York's just kind of like a plethora of every.
Yeah, you could do
culture,
everything
right?
there. But it's like in South Texas, nobody's doing anything. I'll tell you what it was, Lance. I'll tell you what it was. For St. Patrick's Day, it was like, you better wear green or else you're going to get pinched.
Yeah.
And then some people were like really aggressive with their pinches.
Yeah.
Like, that's not fair. Like, don't be a bully. Just be like, hey, are you wearing green? And some people would be like, my underwear are green. And be like, ooh, show it. And then
wow,
we went down a hole here.
I love it. Yeah, that was the thing. Green beer, right? That's the thing.
I love green beer.
Green beer.
Mm-hmm.
I remember just getting flat out drunk playing beer pong with green beer, and then the after effects are not fun,
but the during is a lot of fun.
It's a lot of fun. People just really go all out, especially in America. I hope it's not offensive that we celebrate that the way we do, but
well, we'll give it a shot. If you're
But
not
here we
offended
are.
now, you will be.
We're watching Leprechaun 2 on the weekend of St. Patty's Day. We hope that you're enjoying with us. Go ahead and get ready. If you're watching VHS, you should probably plug it in right now. If you're watching digitally, we're going to do a little countdown. Ready? And we're going to cheers on the countdown.
Take me back, Lance.
3, 2, 1. Cheers. Press play. Here we go.
All right, obviously, right off the bat, we have some Gears situation. This is Lionsgate, yeah? Lionsgate was, they're like the unofficial, they are the official, excuse me, I don't know, unofficial. They are the official Saw
Right.
owner, yeah?
It was Lionsgate and Twisted
Pictures.
Twisted Pictures,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, I love
Trimark was the original. I think Lionsgate ended up buying it from Trimark, but Trimark was the original distributor of this
Absolutely
film.
love it.
All right, we're in Ireland, obviously.
How do you know that?
Because it says Ireland. Big print. Ireland.
Once upon a time. So maybe the connection to
Ooh, lightning.
all right. So
Ominous.
it was very exciting, but then it was also like, nah, it wasn't exciting anymore because
Somebody's-
there's somebody running through.
And panting.
Okay, we're doing the cut in between, showing you a little, kind of reminiscent to the first film. They show you a little bit, then they cut to a part of the credit.
Right. Well, the original was Leprechaun in his pink pants on some stairs.
Yeah, but when Daniel O'Grady is driving and they're cutting between shots of the car driving and the credit. Car driving credit. Now we're getting,
Oh, he's got a shock collar on in 1090.
really bad teeth. Oh, he's here, baby.
There he is.
Oh,
Okay, different getup. No pink pants. He's got a different hat on.
okay. So he looks like a bit like a touring gypsy sort of fortune teller.
Okay. He's got some teeth on.
His hair's a lot longer.
The hat.
I've always been a fan. I'm going to tell you, Lance. I was always a fan of the cropped hair from part 1. 2 on, he has long hair. And
Oh, really?
I don't know how much of a fan I was of that.
The concept did change from the first film to this one, and then this one on, the continuity kind of continued from this one.
A little bit.
The pink pants are gone. The socks are different.
Oh,
The hair is different.
okay. So it's established that St. Patrick's Day is his birthday.
Of course it is.
He's 1,000 years old. There's a weird makeup thing happening with
But
this
this
guy
is
on the
not
floor.
modern day.
No. We're back. We're once upon a time.
Of course.
It's this. If y'all are watching, please, I hope you are, because this would be kind of, pointless. But if you're watching, look how he's just like taking a stroll with this
Yeah.
guy. I know this dude's his slave or his, his servant or whatever.
How would you be okay walking next to that?
Okay, there's the trick. There's the ruse.
Sneeze
She sneezes
2 times.
once. She sneezes twice. She'll be my bride if she sneezes thrice. And if someone says "God bless you," it's broken.
Okay. So the slave is set free. He's so nice.
He's just having a conversation with him. I mean, yes, this dude is his.
No, I don't trust that shit.
Yeah.
Okay, he just hand shook his slave, but he gave him like that weird like wink without a wink smile.
There's a weird thing with this dude's makeup. Like, did he not have a beard and they put it on? He doesn't look like anybody that we're gonna see.
Oh, the slave?
Yeah.
He does have a weird kind of 5 o'clock shadow going on.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
He knew. Twist.
Oof.
How do you like that? Hey, you want your freedom? Great. I'm going to marry your daughter. So which one do you actually value more? Oh, she sneezed once. Second sneeze.
Naked. The lighting is just unreal.
It's harsh.
It is so bright at night. I can't imagine being in 10,000 or no, not 10,000, 1094, 93 or whenever this is taking place and it being that bright at night.
Right. Yeah, that's a very bright moon.
Oh, 3 sneezes.
Ooh, he broke it. He saved her. What a dad.
He's running.
Yeah, he's running for his life. But nope, he's got the
So
magic.
he's got the shock collar on.
Uh-oh.
It's like Leprechaun knew that he was going to
Look at those wires.
fuck this up. Oh. So the makeup is a lot more harsh on Leprechaun in this one. He's got
Yeah.
more of that moss kind of stuff going on in the cracks.
Oh, it's the eyebrows too.
He's got a lot going on.
Oh, death. Oh, what a fall.
Well, that was pointless.
Well, he placed a curse on him, so he's like,
Oh.
I'll
He's a magician.
reconvene on my next 1,000th birthday. Here we go.
Oh. Oh, okay.
You like that?
Beautiful Scream opening. Yes.
Mhm.
Beautiful.
Now what we're gonna
Yikes.
get here is a fun little.
Okay.
We got to show you the rest of the credits situation.
some sage.
Looks like he's back in his traditional getup of his top hat.
Yep. Got some gold coins. He's got his gold bag.
Yeah, well, that's the bare minimum that the gold does need to be there. But what you're seeing right here, folks, is if you've ever been to Ancestry.com, this is what you would love to see, which is just going to be a lineage, the bloodline, so to speak. Acknowledge it.
Drawings, but no names.
Drawings, but no names. You can see that there is there's
some people.
generations of the women that have descended from the first lass he tried to marry. William O'Day, he said a curse on that family.
I see. So it's a family thing.
Mhm.
I see.
We're talking about 1,000 years only? This is a lot of,
Well,
1,000 years.
so yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of different get-ups. But the great migration from Ireland to...
Two.
Is that the Titanic? No, thank goodness.
It looks like it. 3
Two.
stacks. 4 stacks. That's the Titanic.
I thought the Titanic was 3 stacks.
I thought it was actually 3, but the movie had 4.
Oh,
Right?
sure. We'll do new watch along for Titanic. Set a reminder for an entire weekend. Look at
Okay,
this.
So, United States of America. Now we're in the lineage of America.
I'll tell you what I did. I remember being, as I'm watching this as a kid, I'd be like, oh, can you imagine all these women that just had no idea that the leprechaun was after them? Because he was
She's
just
so
like, hey, I'm
happy.
just keeping tabs. So presumably he's going down and finding these women, drawing them to make his little...
Oh, he drew these.
I mean, yeah, I would assume. Look at that. Now we're modern day. You know it's modern day because he's got that jean jacket on.
Okay, this is taking a very long time. Just imagine the leprechaun just like took his little scroll out and was looking through all of this. Soon, my dear. All right.
Okay, a
it's
little bit of
almost
a little bit of a callback from the original. Oh,
Okay. 1,000 years later. Happy St. Patrick's Day. All right.
But they don't. It's in Los Angeles. I've never seen any sort of decoration for St. Patrick's Day. Maybe I'm wrong.
This looks
But
very New York to me.
It's L.A. It's downtown. Or it's Hollywood. It's Hollywood Boulevard.
Oh, it's definitely LA.
This is like the typical 90s haircut for like a leading man or sort of hero.
Yeah.
The jacket that's just a little too extended past the hands. Those aren't extra. Look at the people like driving by. They're just like trying to see what. This was back when they were like, hey, what's going on? They're just like looking.
They didn't
at
shut down the... Yeah.
The extras are just like watching.
They didn't shut down the street.
No.
Oh, I love it.
They weren't. They definitely did not have enough budget to shut down the street.
I like the name though, Dark Side Tours. Oh, I love her.
Let me just say, as when I was watching this as a kid, and then like every watch after that, I would get so like sad for they're obviously being suckered in, but then I would think like I would think about my parents. I'm like, what if they were just like on a trip and like some like really pushy person was trying to get them involved? Like, who would be suckered into what to like? This is obviously a janky tour. I would not go on this tour.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I would just like feel really bad for these people. And it's all this thing of like, hey, that's probably why I was never a good salesman. It was all like, get the money, make the sale. As soon as you got the money, who cares what happens
Yeah.
after that? I'm like, that's not me.
I was very much the same way. The thing is, like, I grew up in California. I saw a lot of this stuff, so I knew immediately as a teenager beyond, no, I'm not going in. I'm not buying into this stuff. But somebody that's new to LA, you think you watch the movies.
You're in
you wanna-
LA, right? It's gotta be
exactly.
better.
I definitely want to get into a hearse and tour the city. Is this a hearse?
Oh, it's a hearse.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's definitely a hearse. There we go. Dark Side Tours.
And they just sit in the back. So like I pay the same amount to sit in the back, not in a seat, as someone who just gets a seat. I should get a discount for having to cram into the back.
That's part of the experience. Is the Dark Side Tours. There should be a coffin back there that you can sit in.
All right, so he's just the wrangler. He's not the one that's going to get them. Who's not going to give them the tour?
Okay.
We're watching with captions, which is funny because some of the captions are right and some of the captions are wrong. Like it just said that he walked in and said morning. He didn't. He said Morty.
Morty. Great.
And just be ready, folks. I am going to say Morty a lot. I love this character.
Big fan of Morty. $. What else is he from? Why do I recognize him so much?
I mean, he's a classic Hollywood actor. He's
Yes,
been in so
but-
much. But I mean, I would be lying to you if I knew. I was like, if I told you, I'm like, oh, he's from this. I know him from Leprechaun 2.
I know him from something else, something horror related. I need to look it up.
I mean, his eyebrows are like going to work, but it's also his delivery. It's his delivery. Okay, here's a fun one. Check it out. He's about to take. He's obviously been drinking too much, folks. Like, okay, I don't know if you see it coming, but he's supposed to be giving the tour. He's supposed to be driving around, and he's been drinking too much, right? So, for the longest time, and I want to tell you, like, I never really had a problem with drinking too much. Like, I never did. But like, if ever anybody, and I can maybe count it on one hand, when somebody realistically was like, "You sure you want to have another drink?" You're gonna see right now. They say it to him. Are you sure? Do you want to have another drink? And his reaction was my reaction because I stole it from him. It is such a grandiose way to respond to somebody who wants to cut you off from drinking.
No.
Right here. It was that. How dare you?
Oh, I love that he passes out. I'm as dry as could be.
I don't know
Done.
what it is. Is there something about like an older man who is drinking just like by shots or straight liquor as we are, and has the like the lip smacking about it. Like he is savoring. He is so thirsty. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. He actually makes it look really good. You know what I mean? Like he's like almost chewing on it.
Look at his eyebrows. They're on fire.
Dude, they are nuts. It's got its own hairline. This movie is so bright.
It is.
Like
I mean, I think they do take their moments to be less bright, but this one is very, very well lit. But there's something about the way that Morty is delivering his lines.
This happens a lot.
Tear it out of your chest and throw it on the floor.
This happens a lot in horror films. We get one really good old school actors who are like, fuck it, I'll do a horror film. And everyone else is like brand new. You know what I mean? And it's just this weird clash of like, come on, kid. Like,
like
get up to my level.
Like,
here.
hop to it. I wouldn't be surprised if Sandy Barron here was actually smashed. That's how good of an actor he is. He's making me question it.
Yeah, no shit.
What? You charge two couples $20 at most a piece. And he said there's almost $300 here.
Wait, I'm confused. Is Cody's job just to get customers and then Morty's to drive?
Morty's the tour guide.
So what is Cody?
That's his uncle
the
apparently.
wrangler?
But yeah, he's the wrangler and that's his job. I'm sure he gets a cut. But
So the people are just literally sitting in the hearse right now waiting for a ride.
that's my biggest thing every time. I'm like, they're just sitting in here. Also, I have a problem with this bar decorated for St. Patrick's Day on St. Patrick's Day. This should have been up
I know.
already.
But realize like that's the American way now is that we celebrate shit month and a half in advance. If it's Halloween, it's 4 months in advance. If it's Christmas, it's 3 months in advance.
Yeah, but those are the big ones, right?
Yeah, but I feel like 4th of July is kind of one of those too. You know, I feel like it's like a month. But back then, like I remember celebrating Halloween on the day of Halloween. We made our graveyard the day of.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, it was fun.
Let me just say, look at this setup, right? If I could make this a great tour if you were going into it. Look at where they're stopping. It's when these tours do something like they stop in a corner, like this is the corner where Bela Lugosi once stepped. Like, shut up. Like, go to something that looks decrepit, that looks scary.
Right.
Make that a part of your tour. Don't you? Like, I'll tell you when we went to Salem and they give the Salem tour, like that was like very good because when we went to the spot and you're like, this once was, you're like, shit, it actually looks like.
Yeah, there it is.
It's like you go to a Kmart, like this used to be the house. What?
Yeah,
We're
I
at a
don't care.
Kmart.
That's the funny thing about Salem is everything's been relocated, but it's all close together.
Yeah.
It's not where it really happened, but that is the actual house. This seems very real. Somebody coming out of the house that you're touring and yelling at you. I'm sorry, but the people in the back of the hearse cannot see anything.
Just
Sure.
gives me so much anxiety. Like these people are being had. And also thank you so much. I have never paid attention to how bright everything is. Like they
Dude.
are lighting the hell out of it.
It's like they're almost washed out completely.
Okay, see, here, this is a good stop. But you can also tell, look, you see, they actually, this is a pretty good one. I also do want that Hollywood hat.
I'll make it for you.
Thank you.
I had that bat. That bat hanging from the ceiling, I had that.
Oh, your first
Oh.
jump scare of the evening.
Okay. It's so bright. It was just a dude on the street.
So apparently this is Harry Houdini's, where Harry Houdini's mansion is. Is that real? Did Harry Houdini have a mansion in L.A.? Do you know?
It sounds familiar, but I can't confirm.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. If you're going to do a haunted tour or anything like that, like look at this. There's a plaque on this old looking tree. To our friend Harry Houdini from the people of Killarney, Ireland. Well, we know
Killarney.
we know leprechauns from Killarney. The
Killarney.
genius of Killarney. Oh. Canadian whiskey.
Is it?
Yeah. Says it on the
It
bottom.
literally says Canadian whiskey.
Yeah, they couldn't get Crown Royal. Oh.
Oh. Oh, we got some magic happening here. The bottle is
Look, there's those
crawling
lip smacks again. He's like, God, I'm really thirsty. Let me just say, drinking hot liquor.
Does not quench a thirst.
No. Oh. Here we go, folks. This has been a long burn, a long setup of a moment. We have been doing this, at least I have been doing this quote since probably the inception of Slasher's Paradise.
Yeah.
And we are about to see it. You're about to see it paid off, Lance.
This is why we're here.
By the man himself, the leprechaun, who is emerging from the tree.
Oh, it's kind of like the cover of the first film.
Ooh, good call.
I guarantee they did not do that on purpose.
Yeah, but how did he? So what? He got to they shipped a tree to Harry Houdini.
Killarney.
Here we go.
Oh, spits it out. There it is, folks. Danny, you didn't even say it. You got to say it now.
Blended Canadian. The only whiskey's Irish whiskey. And look, we know something about the leprechaun established in the first movie. He is going to do whatever it takes to get gold. So he spotted some gold on this man's tooth. Did he speak in rhyme the whole part one? Because he has done nothing but speak in rhyme in this movie.
I think they're just really leaning on it. I don't remember
every time he speaks.
There was a few rhymes in the first one, right?
Yeah, this one he does not let it up for the most part.
That's just clever writing.
Ow!
Oh, that's snap. Teeth do not sound like that when they pop out.
Well, do you think that hurt?
Maybe. Oh.
Boy, I'd have a way bigger reaction if you just put whiskey on my tooth hole.
Yeah, I have like a little scrape on my tongue today. The first taste of whiskey I had just burned the shit out of me. So I would be done. Oh, pot of gold.
It's almost like the pot of gold's a character. It's just like they're like dancing. It has its own like music.
You know, bloody tooth to add to the bank.
All right, so this
Oh my God, does he have the Letmobile in this? Oh no. I can't wait.
Hey! There's an Arby's. So what a bummer. So like Cody was the only responsible one. He said, I'll give the tour because we need the money. But it was about meeting everybody at this go-kart event that like these high schoolers all agreed to. That's also in the most well-lit place ever. I cannot
everything
not
is so
look at
well
that,
lit.
man.
Los Angeles is not this well lit.
The hell does that mean? I saved a special crash helmet just for you.
Why does he not have the phone to his ear? There he goes. There's so much tension. Oh my God, there's a dog. Rough. Please watch with the subtitles. The rough made me laugh.
This guy annoys me. He's trying to swoop in and take Bridget away from Cody. But it's that him kneeling down and talking to the Rottweiler and be like, no, these are our friends. Like, shut the hell up, dude. Also, dang. He's kind of dressed like me.
Could you imagine Denise Richards in this role?
Yes. Why was she offered it?
It almost happened. Yeah.
She was offered it or she auditioned for it?
She was like down to the last call and did not get it.
Wow.
94 Denise Richards in this role. Oh, floor it.
Classic police cruiser. And you know that's LA. Look at all those paid parking areas.
Oh, nowhere to park. Oh, he's shaking. He might actually be drunk. Morty. Those fucking eyebrows, bro. You can't. I can't stop looking at them now.
No, well, you got me looking at all the well-lit areas, and now you have to look at the eyebrows.
Okay, he was definitely in Seinfeld. I know that.
We're going to look this up right now.
Okay, so Morty is the legal guardian of Cody. Cody just got pulled over. He's in jail
Yeah, well.
for speeding-ish.
Oh, you know what Morty, Sandy Barron is very well known for?
What?
Leprechaun 2.
Come on.
Yeah, he was in Seinfeld as Jack Klumpus.
I remember him from it. Jack Klumpus?
Yeah, and then there was the Munsters Christmas that did not have the original Munster performers, didn't have Fred Gwynn or anybody, and he was Grandpa.
Nah. That ain't it.
Well, yeah, he is in Seinfeld. He was in Vamp. Gosh, this thing is so bright. Are you sure it's not the settings of the TV? I don't remember it being this bright.
I like the Dare sticker in the back. Were you part of Dare?
No.
Weren't we all?
Well, I guess. Also, like, if you want the cops to believe you, maybe don't be like high-pitched screaming and acting like a fool. You know, you're obviously not going to be taken seriously because, you know, you're saying what you're saying, but you don't have to compound that. I'd be like, yes, a little green hat. I'm like, okay, well, now we know you're full of shit.
Look at that struggle. This is very like TV movie. Oh, okay. Oh, we're doing some magic here.
We are doing some magic. He went ahead and drew on the floor and is now using his cane that isn't very big.
Somebody throw. It's a quarter. Why does he have a New York accent in LA? Being very American Psycho. Oh, fake finger. It's coming off. Yep.
Just a clean break, too. Also, he just ripped off some...
He said finger licking good. Wow.
Let's take a bunch of pictures before production starts so that we can have you look through them. But look at this room. Do you notice anything on the wall there of his posters?
Kind of sporadic.
So he's got The Exorcist and he's got Fright Night. I mean, he's got more, but like, look at that TV. Did you have a TV like that? The twisting?
No, I was a little more modern than that.
Oh. He is seeing this guy kisses.
It's always so funny to me that like 80s, 90s always had a TV at the foot of their bed and their foot was literally on the TV.
Oh, man. Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. I just have to take a moment.
What the hell is
this
that?
is my favorite. Oh my God. This is the first time I've ever seen that mask. That's from Halloween 3.
It looks like it. Was he an Ninja Turtle?
Okay, so in college, my brother and I tried to do the whole 31 minutes is free thing. They had done away with this in the 90s, maybe to the early 2000s. This thing was gone. It was not a situation.
Yeah,
So it was like, hey, you said you would take between 30 to 45 minutes, and they took like 47 or whatever. Who the hell cares? And I was like, hey, it's free. You're past your time. They're like, that's not a thing.
Yeah.
I'm like, Well, sorry.
There's no way to enforce it. I mean, how could you? I feel like that was just like a marketing ploy.
But also, like, he put the pizza down there. He just got it. It's free. What? Eat the pizza.
Why aren't they eating?
Because he's about to show him a card trick.
Yeah, but but it's fresh pizza and it's free. Card tricks.
Yeah, but that's like... It's supposed to be a moment. It's supposed to be a moment. Like, it's zoomed in on him. The music changed.
Oh, there's a hidden Mickey. Sorry, go ahead.
Look at this guy. He thinks that because he was just a human being to Bridget, that he is somehow owed something, and because she's on a spat with Cody. Look at him.
What an idiot. I bought you chili dogs.
Hey, listen, if you bite me chili dogs, I'll kiss you on the mouth. Ooh!
What did she even do?
I think she was like a punch to the sternum.
It kind of looked like she had a pool stick and she's like, yeah, oh, look at this here.
We still haven't had a kill, right?
I mean, technically,
We've
the
had
slave
maimings.
was
Oh yeah, the
next
yeah
snap.
his yeah.
This is very nightmare dream sequence. You literally just saw her walk into the house, and now she's in the garage.
Wearing a different shirt. Maybe just took the jean jacket off. But here's the thing. Here they are. I think they're establishing the lore of Leprechaun, I believe. This is where you start to take like steps of like what are his powers actually. He could make things like move and stuff like that. I love that part. He gets so tickled at his own magic. But like if he can make people believe and look at things that aren't really there, that is very Freddy. I feel like you almost make him too powerful. That why would he even struggle?
Yeah. If you're not giving any context that he only has a certain amount of magic, then we're kind of stuck in this. Well, why doesn't he always use that?
I want to tell you folks that there's about to be some nudity.
Oh.
But here's the thing. Anytime, and I mean anytime I was watching this movie, this is the only time that there's nudity. This was the time that my parents would walk in and see that I was watching it.
Of course.
This is, and you saw how brief it is. It's over. There's no more nudity. But that's when they would walk in and be like, "Oh, how nice." Okay, well, it's back a little bit, but it's like, "Oh, how nice, real nice."
Yeah, real nice. Turn it off, Danny.
It's like the same thing with wrestling. They'd be like, all this
Right.
programming of
Yeah.
like wrestlers, and then the time that the girls would have a match, and it was like they were in scantily clad.
Oh, the
like,
puppies match. Yeah,
exactly.
yeah. Right. Ah, what? No.
Was it the lick? Was it the lick to the teeth?
I mean, Leprechaun was so into that. He delivered that perfectly. Creepy.
I'll never get over him. Have you ever had RC Cola?
Yes, I grew up on RC. I don't know where to get it anymore.
It's out there. It's out there. You know what? I'm gonna have some RC Cola today, tomorrow, someday. I'm gonna have it very soon. Wow, that's red. Was she a photo developer?
In the middle of the house. I wish I had that doorbell. Was it Halloween? Yeah. What?
He's trying to make up. Also, like, what was that thing that the leprechaun used to saw that dude's face off? Was that a lawnmower that was like upside down?
I don't know.
But I also have to like, who has this in their garage? I think it was I don't know.
It was a double bladed thing that was like taking place of the girl's nipples.
But it was
It made no sense.
Until famous last words. Ah!
Oh wow!
He Did you see him? He just snuck in. It's like when you see like, oh,
Is that the same couch from Halloween?
oh, it might as well be. All right, he's trying to make her sneeze. She has-
Oh my God. If he came out and pinched his nuts right now, I would lose it.
Doesn't that count?
What?
Well, I don't know what Gesundheit translates to.
Oh.
You're just not supposed to say bless you. And
Well, there's got to be 3, right? Oh, there's 2. Goblet. Wait, did he say it or not? The subtitle said he did.
can't trust subtitles nowadays.
Damn it.
Good scream. Maybe it's just me, but if I ever see somebody like making pots or anything that's above me shake and they're obviously controlling it, I don't just stay looking at it. I'm like, oh, that's obviously going to fall. So I move.
Right. That's the point of it, shaking. I'm still very confused about the red light.
About the what?
The red light. Are
Oh.
we really developing photos in the middle of the hallway?
Warwick Davis rocks. He did not half-ass this performance at all.
No, 100% in. That is not a ring.
Ah,
Okay.
to have control over her. That's what I do. That's the same motion I do, the same noise I make when they're pouring the orange chicken onto my plate at Panda Express.
Yes. Oh,
There's
man.
your clip for the trailer. Oh, you dropped his gold.
Uh-oh.
One got away.
Cody's got it, of course.
So at least it looks like they're going to set up the whole thing of he knows how much gold is missing, maybe.
Oh, my. Mallet to the foot. Why is it... What? Why is it burning him? Danny, please explain why.
I can explain. It will be explained later. But however, or if you don't, at least in the next one too, there is a new aspect of the lore that is added to a leprechaun. Either something that could hurt him, or something that he likes, or something that he's known for. In part 1, it was obviously you will kill him with a 4-leaf clover.
Right.
Apparently, there's this thing that a leprechaun cannot touch iron.
Oh. Okay.
So that might come into play a little bit later.
That's
He actually,
creepy.
okay, so here he actually looks a lot more like the first leprechaun. That face right there looked a lot more like the makeup in the first part.
It's funny you say that because this is like his lair or whatever. It's the steps from the first scene of the first movie. Or it reminds me of it, at least.
So it's like a timeless portal. Like he has all these areas in which he could transport to, because there's no way that he's always just been stationed at the Houdini Center in America.
He's got quite a laboratory over there.
Look at him. He's got a little drink cart.
Okay.
Hey, he takes a drink. We'll take a drink.
Hey.
Why not?
Cheers.
Oh!
Oh. And she's
This is
in-
not doing the set any favors, it being as well lit as it is.
No. This is very Friday the 13th, 2009. Jason's lair.
Jason's underground lair. Ooh, what kind of games?
Bedtime for Bridget.
I would have called it burrito for Bridget.
It's a good call.
Thank you, thank you.
They have children.
We might have a fun thing that I'll share with y'all a little bit later if I remember.
Oh,
I think we have to listen to this in its entirety because it's pretty absurd.
a litter? Oh.
I love this part so much. It's so funny. This work I have to do. And he's like talking about disfiguring her, but he just like takes it so like nonchalantly.
My thing is like, why choose her then? You know what I mean? Like, you've got to do so much work on her.
Right. Oh, I just understood now what he meant by that.
Please explain. I'm so confused.
He's foreplaying with her with his gold.
Of course.
Let's be together over Leprechaun's gold. So it is assumed that he's about to. Oh, thank God. So frantic. He was about to. He was about to do the most ungodly thing to her, while just being all with the gold because he's a leprechaun and that's probably the thing that turns him on the most. But he just realized that thank God there's a freaking piece missing.
Okay.
Denise Richards lost this role? That's kind of messed up. I shouldn't have said that. Hey. I mean, look, I'd be pretty, like, pissed off that now I'm going to have to marry this leprechaun, but at least he's going to be entertaining. He's over here doing magic tricks.
That I know. I mean, he pulled something out of her. A curtain. Literally. Oh, man.
He said it.
He said it.
He said it.
Kiss me, I'm Irish.
He gets
love
so
it.
tickled, man.
I love his run out of scenes.
All right, he told
I
her,
thought she was
he's like,
sitting down.
you can try to escape, but it's pointless. You ain't getting out of here. Oh,
This is nightmare to me.
yeah, this is definitely Nightmare on Elm
You
Street.
just
So this
wake
is
up in
94
different
at this
areas.
time.
Yeah.
We've seen, what, at least 4? 5.
Cody.
He needed that. He needed that paper that said Cody.
This is escalating very quickly.
Yeah,
I like it.
yeah. There's like a whole like whodunit thing, so, or a whole crime investigation.
Yeah.
Oh, she's mad. Oh, look at that set design. It looks like a paper mache.
It's like a blanket.
Looks like a boil.
Like a mushroom.
Look at these perfect rocks. These are the ones you need to be finding so that you can skip across the lake.
Across the lake.
Yeah.
That's right.
Look at her. She thinks she's got the plan. She might have a plan here. Let's gather all these rocks and see what I'm going to do. Look at Morty.
I didn't see I didn't see shit. No, get out of here, kid.
Yeah, if I want somebody like to be,
Again, the lighting lights up
haven't
his
seen him. Go
brows
over here.
perfectly.
Hey, look at that KFC. I want to go.
Morty. Is that literally the mask from Halloween 3?
It looks like it. It looks like it's very. You don't have it, right?
I mean, I can't get it.
Wait, let me just see it from here. If there's a tooth missing, then it is. If they go back and there's a tooth missing, then it is the mask from Halloween 3. We're not going to see it again.
Of course not. And now they're sitting.
All right, so now he's going to try and get Morty to believe. Morty, the swindler of all swindlers, is going to try to get Morty to believe that there is a leprechaun here. He's like, look at this gold here. What is rot?
Rot? Not like rotted iron, but wrought iron.
Wrought iron with a W. And they have their little shoes. There's a very weird, I don't know if it's weird, but there's a very like, they're kind of circling them. It's just like they're like planning to like rob a bank or something, but he's like,
Yeah, it doesn't quite match what's happening. The way that the scene is shot is usually, you're right, like a collaborative thing. Like
Yeah.
something's about to happen. We are going to do this. This is just information that we need. All the information.
I think it was another thing that I like. Even that.
He could even cross his fingers though.
They're all calloused. I love that Morty was just like, he's like, oh, okay, it's real. And now, like, hey, be a little bit more smart. I'm already ahead of the game.
This reminds me of the scene from Screen 5, 6 in New York.
Oh, and the fire escape?
Yeah. Look at them paying homage to Leprechaun.
Hey, I told you, it's deep-seated in a lot of good stuff, folks.
Sure.
What I was going to say was, so now every time he sees a leprechaun, he's freaking out. Okay, so he saw like a little statue. But here's the point. The point is like, I don't know if it was Leprechaun or any other movie after that, but for sure in Leprechaun, it's where I definitely saw him not be afraid to show himself.
Yeah.
You know, like a lot of like killers like use the guise of the shadow and being like hidden and stuff like that. With Leprechaun, he just never cared about being like, oh no, guess what? I'm real and I need my gold back. He doesn't care that he lets you know that, leprechauns are real. Magic exists.
Maybe that's why I never really feared him, because it's just like, oh, he's there. You know what I mean? Like, he's not in the shadows. The shadows scare me.
Yeah, but that was a thing about it. Is like it was allowing me to reconcile. I'll be like, okay, so this is. God, I love anytime Morty. Anytime Morty says his little like isms, he's just like so into it, and it's like I would like to have somebody that is a friend like that, but not somebody that like I rely on as an employer. You know what I'm saying? He's like somebody that I'll go get a drink with Morty. He's probably got a lot of great jokes. Oh, now
those
he's
shoes do
done
not
it.
fit.
Those shoes do not. Yeah.
It's not the Leprechaun.
Charlie don't surf.
Dude, this guy's been in so much.
Yeah, he's in Bad Santa. So much.
I didn't know he was around this long. 94.
All right, here we go. He obviously thought of something. And now I'm going to tell you, folks, the time has come to where I need to tell you right now that this scene upcoming right here, as soon as he gets to the bar and starts talking to Morty, as soon as that starts happening, this is the best scene in horror movie history.
Oh, boy, Danny.
Okay?
Oh, please don't quote
the
Danny
absolute best scene in horror movie history. I don't know why. I can't even tell you why. Just watch it in its entirety. Here it
Please.
comes. Now.
All right. We got Cody and Morty at the bar. Why is Morty so chill in this scene?
Something's not registering, right? Why hasn't Morty reacted? Look at him! Look at him across the bar!
I wish in my younger day,
You would
When
watch this?
no, that when I was hitting on girls at the bar, I could just magically appear next to them
Okay.
after making the eye contact from across the bar.
Were you doing that with your hands?
Yeah, I'm clicking, and then I'm just like, boom, there. You know what I mean? It's a great pickup.
Look at this. Morty is trying to, like, obviously he's got a plan, right? Where he's over here like, hey everybody, look at this person that is obviously a leprechaun. And the leprechaun's just looking around like, well, I don't care. I'm really concentrating on getting my gold.
Dude, that dead stare into Morty, though. He doesn't break eye contact.
Ha ha ha! He can't drink. Like, what the hell? What the hell's so funny? I love that. Are you kidding? He's a killer, and he's over here like, yep. Thank you so much. He's like a normal person, so it's like he doesn't follow the same rules as like a lot of the boogeymen in.
No.
You know, I mean, you could like.
It's like Freddy in the real world. You know what I mean? Like, Freddy's dream world is in our real world because everybody sees him right now. The joke is supposed to be on him.
Well, the joke is on him because if you all remember from the beginning, when they gave Morty the red special rye, we know that that's not whiskey. But what the leprechaun is drinking is definitely whiskey. It's something about the fact that he is just sitting across the bar, clicking his hands and staring. Like, take the hilarity out of it. Take that out of it. How terrifying, Lance, is it if you are sitting at a bar, you look across and plug and play, whoever, and they're just staring at you, unfazed by the fact that they are surrounded by a full bar of people. He is unfazed by that. That should bother you. And that's why it's terrifying. And that's why Morty adds to it by being frozen in that moment, just staring at him. And it's just like, to me, I've always loved it for its hilarity, but also for its kind of creep value. Does that make sense? Am I
Yeah.
allowed to say all this?
It makes sense. In my head right now, for some reason, I'm plugging Michael Myers into that scene. Him at the end of the bar clicking.
Okay, yeah. Plug and play. Whoever you want to put. I think I still have a hair from the wig.
All right, Garth.
It's like tickling me. But yes. Okay, so Bridget's got a big plan.
Where did the stones go?
They are disappearing because the leprechaun's house has many surprises.
Oh.
And one of them...
Oh, he's drunk. Oh, he's done. It's bottles of whiskey.
Now he's about to make...
That was his worst rhyme of the whole movie.
Yeah, because he's wasted. Ooh, he rhymed back in his face. Uh-oh. Anyone ever tell you not to... Oh, I stole Morty's line. He's trying to use his magic, but he's under the influence.
I love drunk leprechaun magic. This is amazing.
Did you ever think you'd see that?
Watching him concentrate. Oh.
Oh!
Oh.
I wish this shot would have shown him just hauling ass
I know.
down the
that'd been
street.
great.
I mean, he vanished, but like...
I love how fast paced this thing is. Like, there's no feeling at all. It's, I blew it. It was 2 seconds ago, Morty.
Yeah, like it was a pretty good idea. You at least got him wasted.
You got smashed over the head with a bottle.
But the leprechaun didn't like put it together when Morty's over here drinking multiple bottles of whiskey, quote unquote, and nothing's happening to him. He got had big time. So
I'm kind of digging the Princess Leia thing with Bridget.
yeah, well, she thinks she's found something here. She broke his little padlock. And this is going to give her Guinness? How good do you think that Guinness is? How bad also?
Yeah, beer does go bad. FYI. Gold pipe.
Do you know the little music that's in the background?
I know. I keep hearing it, and I do appreciate it.
This will show him
The hell is that?
an ice pick.
Oh, I love the whiff sound.
If you thought that this movie could not get any more funny, enjoy this scene.
Is he trying to sober up?
Yes. Recognize the actor?
Not yet. Oh shit, Mad TV.
Yep.
Stewart.
Yes. I always wanted him to elaborate on that because he's like, I'm not an elf or a dwarf. And we're like, oh shit, do you know elves and dwarves? Where are they? Dang. Just zingers about his height.
I feel like I've seen this scene so many times over every other scene in this movie. It was very much a Mad TV scene. He's just doing his Mad TV shtick. Here we go. Oh?
Oh boy. Depending on where you're watching it, this might be censored, which I just realized. If anybody's watching on Sci-Fi, it'll be like commercials and such. So find it for free, folks. They would always cut this part out because it's pretty graphic.
Oh, we're steaming the face. This is like 94, so this is like right when Starbucks was probably getting out of Seattle.
Oh,
Oh,
wow. That looked like a berry cobbler.
like a crushed tomato. Berry cobbler. What did that mean?
Oh. Good thing he had the key.
I And juice sticks for the dog.
Oh, so Morty's industrious. He will break into anywhere. Ah, they're going to use that
For what?
to trap him.
Ah.
Give me a hand with this stuff. Yeah, let me get that.
That is on rollers.
As a safe that doesn't seem to be.
They are pretending that
practical.
it is heavy and it is definitely on rollers. I'm just saying.
But like, should a safe be on rollers?
No. You're breaking my arm. I've literally heard my dad say that quote before. You're a freaking security guard.
Also, like, maybe I'm just naive to the whole thing, but like some security guards are like packing, right? Like they can have guns.
Some.
Yeah, well, this one does. This is supposed to be a go-kart park, and they just have all these. That is the biggest beware of dog or dog door I've ever seen. Like I can fit through there.
Or a leprechaun could fit through there.
This might come into play. Wow, the security officer's got a revolver. He's probably one of those security officers like, well, I can never pass the police test, but I bring my own heat from home, like Tackleberry from Police Academy. Don't worry, I've got my own.
A revolver was standard issue back in the day, right?
Yeah, I guess.
But he's not a cop. He's security.
He's a freaking
He's
security
a
guy.
freaking security guard.
Have you seen that? Have you seen that video where it's the security footage of somebody of thieves? They like fall through. Oh, he's back to rhyming.
This is like where the pogo stick death happened in the first one.
Yep.
This is very familiar.
There's always a in the shop, in the office kill. The same continues in part 3.
Really? Oh no. Like the green lighting. Very well done.
Green lighting.
Yeah.
Very well done.
Thank you. He's a security guard.
Was he using all these like phrases? Book 'em, Dano. God, I love that scene. Morty still has a right hook. Oh no.
Oh, and there's a.
I love that about Morty though. Like,
Not, yeah, he won't sell out.
yeah, he's not a sellout for the people that he cares about or for the things he does.
At least
Oh.
Leprechaun. At least Leprechaun doesn't kill dogs like Michael.
Moving on. Oh.
There he goes. Oh,
Just-
oh. Okay.
Yes, it was a ruse.
I get it.
Now
Oh,
he's in the wrought iron safe.
how convenient is that? Isn't he standing on it? Ah. How
You can tell
perfect.
something's up, right?
Oh, 100%. Yep. The Morty heel turn.
Morty couldn't help himself, folks. Folks, let me tell you something about this scene that's coming up. This scene has stood out for a while, for all time, in Leprechaun franchise for one of the more gruesome scenes. And we just saw someone get their face melted.
Yeah.
So he's going to get his 3 wishes.
This scene reminds me a lot of Demon Knight, actually.
Mm-hmm.
There's a scene in Demon Knight that this is like,
Well, if you like it, more power to you.
right.
Well, if you like it, more power to you. With a sponge.
Yes, it's very. Yep. Morty's got his gold. Wasn't specific on where he would get it.
You never trust a leprechaun. You had to have been very, very specific, but the special effects, very practical, are, well, enjoy. Oh, look at that.
Oh no. Morty got the whole pot, huh?
So he made him waste a wish to wish him out of the safe, but he's going to make him open it anyway. So he could have just done that.
Oh. Dude, that pot, it's just coming out of his
Look
stomach.
at that.
Oh.
I mean, acting. He's going for it.
The eyebrows.
All
Really
right.
going for it. And he's out.
Oh, no. That's the pot calling the kettle black.
Yeah.
I guess we all saw that coming eventually. Morty just could not help himself. Ay, ay, ay.
I'm just thinking of Morty in that much pain. It's like after
He would've already passed
Thanksgiving dinner. You know what I mean? It's like
I mean, like,
that's kind of how I felt.
get it out of me, but also, like, you know.
No blood or anything on the pot of gold.
No, the pot of gold is impervious.
Ooh, that's creepy.
Love that part, too. So this pretty much looks like it's the end of the hijinks here at the go-kart park. Oh no, the security guard seems to be back. Lance, you asked me a question earlier about
Oh no.
if he had.
The Lep Mobile. Is it coming?
Oh, it's coming.
Oh man. You know what? I'm glad it's back.
Yeah, it is back.
Is it the same like Pinto from or
It's been upgraded.
okay.
I won't say that it's anything past.
It is so creepy to see the leprechaun doing female or children voices.
Here we go. There he is.
Oh, it's painted.
I want me gold.
Oh yes.
40 clovers? No. Look at that. Did you see that gear shift?
Just cranked it down. Oh, he's hauling ass.
Look
What's on
at
top?
that
What
thing.
is what is on top? What is that?
I don't know, but that stunt driver scared the crap out of me. Because he was wearing like a leprechaun face.
Oh, that revolver didn't do much.
Gotcha. Why do you care? I mean, it's like that's insensitive. But look at this.
Oh man, he's hauling ass.
Gear shift. Now, what's about to happen?
Oh, what?
Is something that I have quoted forever. The leprechaun. Here comes. He knows what's up. New wrinkle. Hold on. I love that line so much. He's so flustered and he's like, dang it, you figured it out. Oh. Yes, folks, a new wrinkle into the leprechaun lore. If you have a piece of his gold, he cannot hurt you. So let's count them. We've got wrought iron. You have a piece of his gold. And then 3 sneezes. And then I guess wishes was always there. So
I'm just trying to remember the first movie. Chubby had a piece of gold that he ate that was in his stomach, right? Mm-hmm. How did he get it out?
Don't know. They have taken liberties with it, but yeah.
That whole scene, by the way. Okay, go ahead.
But he should have been impervious, yes.
That whole scene, by the way, reminds me of Freddy versus Jason. When Freddy tries to make his first kill, but he doesn't have the power yet. Mm-hmm. You know, he goes right through the shadow of Freddy goes through. And the guy's like, I'm okay. And he runs away. And Jason gets up.
Oh. She's changed.
Wait. Is that the same material that he did the magic trick with?
That's what he pulled. He pulled out a dress.
Oh, he did pull out a dress. I see.
She teased her hair.
Oh, she's
Aquanet is on fleek, I think, as they say. All right, look at her. Look at these cowhides that they got from like Pier 1.
Imagine that furry claw on you, Danny.
Look at his face right here. That was her big plan, to stab him.
And she's... Oh, no.
My favorite awl? A-W-L? What's an awl? Let's search. What is an awl? An awl is a small pointed tool used for piercing holes, especially in leather.
Okay.
That's what he had there. And it was his favorite one. His dad gave it to him.
I want to know about the leprechaun's dad now.
Me too. I want that whole, I want that whole journey. I want to know about his dad and like, what? That was inconsistent.
Not at all.
Hey, but this like electric guitar underscoring. Okay. Gosh, this is so 90s. And like, what is that vest? It doesn't fit him. But that was what? That was the 90s, right? Super layer off, after super layer.
So, yeah. Like oversized sweatshirt, oversized vest, oversized jacket, 3 layers. Guessing there's a t-shirt under there somewhere.
Yes. Wearing LA Knights. Not LA Knights, BK Knights.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did they paint cockroaches?
What is that? Is that a cockroach?
It's supposed to be.
It looks very kind of CGI floated off of him, no?
Yeah, but it's 94. Did they... He ran away.
What?
What the hell is going on? Oh. That's what she should have done from the beginning, is try to pick the lock.
You imagine in this situation looking at something and saying, what a cliche.
What is he, like someone who's doing reviews for like the HHN mazes? Just walking through and be like, what a cliche. Dude, you're being chased by a leprechaun that just killed your uncle. Like, come on.
Or is he chasing the leprechaun? Because remember, the leprechaun ran away from him.
Yeah, but still, Morty's dead. Oh, so this is supposed to be the servant in the beginning. He's got the thing around his neck.
I'm sorry, but Scary Movie 2 ruined skeletons for me.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. I can't get over these rugs. These things were just bought at like Sears. And I'm sure there's a lot of
Sears? Well, Sears was around back then. That's right.
hell yeah, and JCPenney. Wear your Sunday's best, kids. We're going to Sears. Well, here we go. Look at those little slippers.
All I hear in my head is, Cindy! That's a skeleton.
All right, now she's going to try and pick the lock when it's all been bent. All right. Can you imagine? Poor servant, dude. That dude has been just in limbo forever. I mean, he did place a curse on the O'Day family, so.
That's true.
Look at this sunlight trying to pierce through.
What is the lighting here? It's like the lighting from Halloween 5.
Ouch. So on top of the thorns and stuff, he's actually jabbing him as well.
Oh, wait, there's no thorns.
A leprechaun's
okay.
home has many surprises. Are you enjoying yourself, Lance? This is kind of ridiculous, but are you enjoying yourself?
I'm enjoying my company, Danny.
Yay! Oh, I think that's a GIF. I think that is a GIF. Oh, that's so amazing. You're kidding. You're kidding. A latch? A little fail-safe latch?
Oh, no.
Oh, wow. Hulk Hogan. Yeah, they are fine tuning this makeup from between 1 and 3. Yeah, obviously this one. Look at him. He's just so tickled.
It's funny the way that he walks with the platforms that he's on. It almost looks like a little person on stilts. You know what I mean? Just these long kind of legs. It's just so an interesting look at the way he walks. Oh, man.
Now this is like either the cavern. Looks like very much like Alien 3 or Resurrection. I'm not sure which one, but it also reminds me of Fire in the Sky when they get abducted by the aliens.
Yeah, I can see that. Kind of reminds me of House of Thousand Corpses.
Oh, that's probably way better. Yeah. He has one green lamp.
He's got a lot of lighting in there, though.
Yeah. Track lighting. Oh. We're not even going to cut away because same thing is going to happen.
Oh, interesting.
God. Better than the ones you just had?
Oh, I saw the cut. Did you see the cut?
I missed it.
You could see it. Oh, something.
You were holding her hand. Why'd you lose her?
Yeah, something in the background changes. You can actually see the cut and something changed. Nah, that ain't Bridget.
Oh, you knew already? Is it because her hair is more teased?
It just makes sense. It can't be Bridget.
Something about her voice. Please. Sound like a very crisp kiss.
Yeah.
Well,
She was heavy on that bottom lip.
here you go.
Oh, oops. Prop got stuck in her hair.
Oh, sound boom.
Oh, it's cringy.
Yeah.
I knew it.
But also, like, the leprechaun was like, I'm going to make this convincing, so we're going to kiss, bud.
I didn't even think of that. It's funny to skip that gore.
Oh, my God.
Oh, he's dead.
I don't want to, like, really, like, tear this performance apart, but
Do you think Denise Richards could have done better?
probably. That's what I should have said to Caitlin. Ooh!
Oh, okay.
Oh, he got it from the guy in the bar. You can't outsmart a genius. Leprechaun over here doing the stanky leg. Look at him. Oh, no.
Oh,
There's your budget. I don't know if dynamite's really expensive. All right, I will say something about Leprechaun 2. All the best parts of it are definitely done because this is the end of the movie. But there's one thing about this movie that has never sat well with me at all, ever.
just one part.
It's just one part specifically. This is going to have one of the most abrupt endings ever, and I'm not joking.
That was it. What? Oh.
That just came out of nowhere. You thought a couple of things, right? You probably thought he threw. Why the zoom in of the coin if we're not even going to revisit it, right? Like he probably could have like reached for the coin
I
or
was
something.
waiting for a Freddy Claw or something to come
But
out.
even if that's going to be your choice to end it right there, they should at least come down the steps and like walk into the frame and like maybe like do a Spider-Man swing or something. I don't know, but something instead of them just, hey, let's go down the stairs, look back, oh, let's kiss, hard cut. Maybe something happened that ruined the footage. Who knows? But that's the choice, and that's how Leprechaun 2 ends. Thank you all if y'all are still here watching with us. We really appreciate it. Lance, did you have fun?
What? Wow.
Yes.
Okay, so I think I mentioned something about the pace of the film. That was just like it felt like it was on fast forward, and then it was just over.
Yeah, it's like they had like a tie out, and they were wrapping them up from the studio. Hurry up, wrap it up, wrap it up, wrap it up, and then they were just like, that makes sense. But like, obviously that doesn't make sense because it's a movie. You put this together in post. Yeah, that's one of. It's not the only, but it's one of the main things about this movie that kind of takes me out of it. I'm like, gosh, you didn't have at all a clean ending. It just kind of it's a clean cut.
What
That's
movie am
about
I
it.
thinking of? The Raimi brothers did the grocery store one.
Gosh, yes, I can't remember it, but I've seen it. I just can't remember it.
I
It's
thought
early.
that
It's
was
ear-
the most abrupt horror ending ever until I just saw that. I'm gonna look it up right now because we got to know this.
So now let me also tell y'all folks, is if this movie is playing and you are maybe watching this on a date night or something like that, and this is the time you're like, hey, we got through this. Maybe it's time to now look at each other and see what happens at this point. Listen to this music that is underscoring the credits right now. It's like,
It's probably the best part of the soundtrack.
This is the music that was underscoring when Bridget was the lawnmower. So there you go.
When Bridget was the lawnmower?
Yeah, she was the lawnmower. Remember the lawnmower cut off that dude's face?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey,
I
they
see.
do
I
a
know
special
what you're
thanks to Guinness. Good for them. No animals were harmed during the making of this film. Thank God that Rottweiler survived. He had his beef jerky. And that is, golly, that was really quick credits too. I didn't feel like we were sitting here for any time, but maybe that's what happens when it's a small budget. Up next, we have the Three Amigos.
Intruder, right?
Intruder. Is it
Intruder was the film that I was trying to discuss, or I was trying to think of.
Lance, you do bring up a really good point though with where we're at with where we're at with movie posters and the art that they show when you're watching it digitally. There was a time where they did, I think it was the Pot of Gore collection, I'm not sure. There was this rebranding where they made like it was like an overlay of colors for each leprechaun. Obviously the Jennifer Aniston one, they added her to the poster and it's
Right.
green. I think this one, as we can see, if you found it, it's pink, magenta. I think the number 3 is blue. I think number 4 is white. But that being said, it's like there's something lost there. It's like we don't get to really enjoy part of what made them unique, which was the poster art.
Yeah.
But I had the same, and I'm sure eventually we'll get into the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise. That is one of the biggest. Lance is right now just searching for them, and 3 is the poster that you're looking at right
yeah,
there.
that's the original.
But you see 2 and 4. 4 is blue. Those were that rebranding. 4 was it like it kind of did look that way, but it was like a heavier, more like harsher zoom in of his face. And then after I believe 6, which is Leprechaun Back to the Hood.
Mhm.
They get a new person to play Leprechaun, which is Hornswoggle.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
anyway,
Never saw it.
yeah, me neither. I think Leprechaun Back to the Hood is where I drew the line because it. I feel bad for Warwick because he was he's a very good actor and it just wasn't. I think it was just him just being like, well, this is my character and I need to kind of if I should be in it. If it's going to be like a connection or a continuation of what we've already established, I at least owe it to the character. But like when you have amateurs directing you, that's got to be frustrating. And I feel bad for that because it like resonates off the screen.
Yeah, there was many plans for this film. Originally, it was supposed to be 2 and 3 were shot together as one solid film. Jennifer Aniston obviously fell through. They actually started filming 2 and 3 together with the same actors and characters, and then they threw everything out once they said like no to 3. They threw out all the footage from 2 and then went back and said, well, let's restart 2.
Can you say that again? They shot the movie
The plan was 2 and 3 shot together,
with what we just saw, like these actors.
these same actors.
Okay.
They threw out the 3 idea, but they had already shot a good chunk of 2, and then they threw that out as well and restarted.
My goodness.
Yeah. So that's
Maybe that adds to why it cut as abruptly as it did.
it is such a fast-paced film. And what we talked about in the first one was like, for me, what I thought, it took a while for that film to find its identity. And then once it did, it was like, cool, this is fun and, whatever. This movie is just like boom, 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 boom. Let's get it done. And it's over. Literally. Like the ending is so abrupt.
I mean, I don't know, man. Like, honestly, there has to be something in the vein of this is how much money we have, where we like, are we already over budget? I don't know. Maybe there's something to that. When you deal with these movies that were by and large low budget movies, I guess there's something to that. But I don't know how much changes in the sense of you're intending it to be a theatrical release versus a straight to video. The budget's money's still money. Like you're still spending that much money to make a direct to video release, as we would see later on. I don't know. it just it didn't look great there at the end.
The whole movie, I mean, I just
The whole
talked
movie
about-
was kind of a harsh lighting. Dean Cunday was not consulted on this movie. No.
Yeah, the soundtrack was a little off to me. 94 is a big year for movies, by the way. Like, what came out in this year was like The Crow. Hey, that's relevant. 7 came out in 94. Like, there's a crazy
And then when
transition of
Pulp
films.
Fiction came out as well.
I believe so.
I may be getting my years wrong, but to your point,
I've
absolutely.
talked about early 90s films kind of struggling to find its identity. I feel like 94 might have been the year that was like, okay, we're going this way. You know, there's some real bangers in that year.
Early 90s horror definitely is the forgotten era of horror.
Yeah.
I wholeheartedly believe that. This installment of the Leprechaun franchise did not do that moniker any favors.
No.
Actually, definitely added to it. So,
We talk about lightning in a bottle. That's what Leprechaun 1 was. I mean, less than $1 million. I think it was like 900,000, 925,000 or something like that. And you made 8 million back. This barely made its money back. And again, remember Jennifer Aniston was part of the first one.
yeah, I'm sure
The
if you
movie
get,
was held for a while.
if you get Jennifer to return for, part 2, you're whistling a different tune, but like, good on her. I think she may have been asked, not recently, but at one point post Leprechaun, obviously, but well into her stardom that she is today, about her feelings about Leprechaun, if she would ever return.
Yeah.
Do you remember what she said or not?
Yeah.
I'm just like curious as to like, you have some folks like Johnny Depp who he didn't shit on Nightmare on Elm Street, but he also wasn't like, this is the greatest thing ever, I mean, he decided to come back and do like a small cameo in part 6, like that was fun. And I was just wondering, did she try to, okay, Mark Wahlberg hates talking about Boogie Nights, which is so stupid because Boogie Nights is, I believe, one of his best films and an amazing film to begin with.
Yeah.
But he hates talking about it. He's embarrassed by it. Was Jennifer that way?
We talked about this on the first episode, actually, where
I guess I
there was a mix up where she kind of said the beginning of her career was really embarrassing, and people tagged Leprechaun to what she had said. And Warwick Davis kind of came out and said, like, shame on you. Like, we did some good work there.
Right. Yeah.
But
Now I
she
remember.
kind of came out and said, like, I wasn't talking about Leprechaun. I was talking about the beginning of my career. And the only reason that she didn't do this was because she had started Friends, and that was going. And that's why she didn't come back to this. So there's this weird kind of mix up of like, well, she's talking about the beginning of her career, and that was her first film. So was she actually talking about that? Did she kind of rescind that statement a little bit?
Yeah. Look, we see definitely a uptick of folks returning to what made them stars. Obviously Jamie Lee Curtis, but like, nobody has been, at least lately, above coming back to the franchise. I know there's been pitches like whenever you do a new Nightmare on Elm Street, you can it's like perfect to bring Heather Langenkamp back, right? They tried. It looks like with
She was considered for this film, by the
Heather
way.
Langenkamp was considered for part 2. Oh, good for her. I'm glad she turned it down.
She was doing Freddy
Good.
at that time.
Yeah, the script may have been fine. If you read it, you're like, okay. But then, like, if that was the final product, which it was, like, I'd be like, yeesh. Wolf.
Wolf.
What I would say, though, is, like, they tried to do the last Leprechaun. I think it's Leprechaun Origins or I forget what it's called, but it's the last Leprechaun where they try to recreate what the Leprechaun looked like. They try to recreate him it was a direct sequel from part 1, and they got Ozzy. They got Chubbs to be in it.
Really?
Yeah. And, it doesn't go too well for him. But I was like, that was your big swing, and I think at this point it's over.
How does that make sense?
I hate that Ozzy, and I forget the actor's real name. I hate that he went back to it, even in a cameo role, if Warwick Davis was not attached to it.
Yeah.
I don't like that. It kind of like, I don't know, cheapens it in a way. But, who am I to tell anybody not to go get work, So
Yeah, I don't know how that really makes sense, but I feel like I did read something where it's like Leprechaun 2 is actually like the 5th movie in the series or something like that.
Oh my God.
Yeah, like chronologically.
How
they
many times
do
is
something.
he going to get
But
blown
I
up
haven't-
and melted?
I have not watched many Leprechaun movies. I haven't watched any, to be honest. I've seen a couple scenes from 2 that we just watched that were familiar, but I never watched the full movie. So
Well, maybe we'll come back next St. Patty's Day.
the annual St. Patty's Day watch along. That's our first one.
I hope y'all had fun, Lance. I had a blast. You know,
was fun.
this is a talent that folks who do this on a regular basis. Kudos to you. I found myself wanting to watch the movie, but which is good. But I love setting stuff up. I think I'm going to want to have watched the movie already because I love setting it up for you all. Like, it's really good stuff. But
I kind of like being fresh to it. Honestly, you had kind of mentioned this idea of like a watch along before, but I think I was editing one of our old podcasts and Leprechaun in Space was on and my wife was over my shoulder and I was like, oh, we got to get drunk and watch this and record it.
yeah,
Because I can't wait to get to that. I watched 5 minutes of that, so it'll still be fresh to me when we get there. But
it gets pretty wild. Part 3, they go to Vegas. Part 4, they go to space. Part 5, they go to the hood. Part 6, they go back to the hood. And as far as I'm concerned, that's the end of the franchise, even though there are 2 more, but whatever.
sounds like me in Halloween. That's funny.
Oh, shit.
Woo! Let's get back into that, Danny.
Shit.
The people want it, Danny.
The people do want it, Lance. They want me to talk about and defend. No, I can't defend some. I just honestly cannot defend Halloween Ends. I can talk pretty good about Halloween Kills, but Halloween Ends, I could talk a little bit about Halloween Kills.
I could talk a whole lot of shit about Halloween Kills, and I've never seen Ends, but I think we're at the end of our episode today.
Yeah, well,
Danny, how many 4-leaf clovers do you give Leprechaun 2?
Leprechaun 2, if I'm just being...
Okay. Hold on. You gave Leprechaun 1 4-leaf clovers. I gave Leprechaun 2. Just preference.
Leprechaun 2 is going to get 2 4-leaf clovers from me.
Wow.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better.
That was my reaction to the last one. I give the last one 2. A very strong 2. I will say you should watch Leprechaun 1. Like I said, maybe the last 20 minutes are very watchable. I'm giving Leprechaun 2 1.
Okay.
4-leaf
Okay.
clover.
All right. At least it wasn't 0.
I try not to give zeros. We got
You got to leave space, Lance. You got to leave space because there's more to cover in 2 more years.
This is where we're at. Anything else, Danny, about Leprechaun 2?
I just say, folks, these movies are supposed to be enjoyed and not overly criticized. But sometimes when you're a movie fan, you got to look at some of the inconsistencies and, talk about them. However, have a fun St. Patrick's Day.
Yay!
Enjoy Leprechaun whenever you get to watch it. Every time it's on TV, it's worth a laugh. And if nothing else, you get to see an amazing performance by one of the most talented actors to ever be in films, Warwick Davis. And shout out, obviously, to Sandy Barron, Morty, because,
R.I.P.
that was one of his last performances. And he went full in. He was all in that film. So
Sure did.
Leprechaun 2 will always be funny to me and hold a special place because that bar scene and there's so many quotable moments. Leprechaun 2 is it's always going to be great.
It's a movie. All right, everyone. Enjoy your St. Patty's Day. And remember, until next time, to
Lock your doors.
bolt your windows.
And blended Canadian, the only whiskey's Irish whiskey.
And join us next time in our Slasher's Paradise.
You have to give it to me. Hey, Did you see anything you like?
Thanks for watching Slashers Paradise tonight. Please hit the like and subscribe button and turn on all of your notifications so you know the next time we post a video or go live.
And if you'd like an audio-only version of the show, search for us on wherever you get your podcasts, whether it's Apple, Spotify, Stitcher, you name it. We're on all the platforms. We just ask that you leave a rate and review of 5 stars. And if you don't know what to write in the review section, put a recommendation of a horror movie you would love for Lance and I to talk about.
Yes, and if you'd like to get the full experience of Slashers Paradise, including videos and audio all together, go to deadcandy.com. That's DEDCANDY, or go to youtube.com/deadcandy. Here's to you guys.
This is Slashers Paradise. Sorry, I had to work that in.
And I'm going to drink on that.
Blended Canadian.
Halloween 3.
Yeah.
Where's the warm-up? There it is.
3.
It's kind of like Westbrook, like his little shake-up thing. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it is. It is. It's almost identical.
All right, we're moving on to Halloween 3, the one without Michael Myers.
Halloween 3, Season of the Witch.
All right, Danny, give me my pumpkin spice latte.
You got it. Halloween 3, Season of the Witch is a horror film having nothing to do with Michael Myers, but rather a tale of a warlock that has used... He's a warlock. He's a male witch. A warlock who, through the use of interesting properties from the Stonehenge stones, has been able to take particles of that and put them on Halloween masks that he is able to distribute worldwide because he is a worldwide mask seller and the originator of the practical joke. His name is Colonel Cochran, and it is his plan to have those particles simultaneously on Halloween night during a big giveaway on the TV with a very catchy jingle, activate and eat the heads of all the kids that are wearing them and have insects and reptiles and all sorts of matters come out of them, effectively killing a lot of kids on Halloween night. That is what Halloween 3 Season of the Witch is. Pumpkin Spice Latte.
Thank you, Danny. What the fuck are we talking about?
So, Lance, what happened was
yeah,
the Halloween franchise was still being put out by... This was another film being put out by Universal.
Okay.
And the powers that be were able to agree to what John Carpenter, Deborah Hill had wanted to do since the beginning. Maybe, but had this idea towards the end. They said, what if we, and Tommy Lee Wallace, who is directing this movie, who was actually the production designer and the editor of Halloween 1, confirms that somewhere along the line, somewhere dropped the ball, where they said, why don't we make every year on Halloween a Halloween anthology sort of story or movie, then itself could spawn its own sequels if you want.
what a great idea.
I mean, To me, it sounds like it could have worked.
John Carpenter, Deborah Hill. I'm in.
Yeah. What's the problem though?
With what?
Why didn't it work?
I don't know. That synopsis might have something to do with it. I don't know.
I think the movie itself could have worked fine. I think it's a fine movie.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is you called it Halloween 3.
Yeah.
The problem also is that you fooled the audiences on purpose. Now, that one, I don't know who to throw it up to, whether it's the director, the brass at Universal, or everyone else.
I think it's just marketing. How do you sell the film?
You fooled the audience, and they in turn paid you back by shitting on this film immensely. It is the second lowest performing Halloween movie of the whole franchise. Big in part, you call the Halloween 3 Season of the Witch. The trailer is just a warped witch mask being turned as it's being narrated. Then you finally see the witch mask. It zooms into it. It's a cool mask. There's 3 masks being featured. There's a witch mask, a skull mask, and a pumpkin mask. And they're all very cool looking. The eyes open with the witch mask. Then it says Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, the night nobody comes home. That's all you gave us? I'm expecting to see Michael Myers. I saw a witch mask, but I don't give a shit. You haven't told me anything else.
And he's going to kill everyone because no one's coming home.
Right.
He's already home. We already know he's in Haddonfield.
Yeah. Nobody comes home. He's mad, and now he's going to kill everybody. That's what you told me. That's what you told me. So, like a lot of fans, at a young age, when I saw Halloween 3, I shit on it.
Yeah.
Big time. I took probably the biggest, baddest shits
on this film.
On this film. Because you fooled us. You fooled us, and I don't know if it would have done great numbers at the box office if you don't call it Halloween 3. I don't know that. But I know that the executive producer, Irwin Yablans, from the beginning said this idea to make Halloween without Michael Myers was a stupid idea.
Right.
But you had finality in part 2, right? You ended it. Michael is dead. He burned up. He's burned alive. And you continue on. But you fooled the audience. So yes, for those of you watching, Halloween 3 has nothing to do with Haddonfield, with Dr. Loomis, Laurie Strode, and of course, Michael Myers. Nothing. It is a completely new story. Okay. Now then, I absolutely love this movie.
Same here.
I love this. There's your twist. Yeah. I really love this movie. It is one of my favorite movies in the franchise by far.
It's my favorite Halloween season movie. Now, I shit on it just like you did. There's no Michael Myers. I don't give a shit. I don't care. It's cheesy 80s, blah, blah, blah. But now every Halloween, above Halloween movies, above all other Halloween movies, Halloween 3 is one I have to watch every October.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Look, it seems a bit shitty. This obviously is the term of the entire recording. Shit. It seems shitty for us as fans who initially shit on something and then come back later and change our mind. I will give you that 100%. It's not fair.
Right.
We should have been able to see this for what it was, but these movies, they tend to develop these cult followings and they become cult classics later because people don't look at them with such a hypercritical lens. There's a tendency to be a little bit of a hipster about it. Well, actually, I like Halloween 3 more than anybody. But it's like, so you kind of like, okay, so you get older, you start to kind of develop a little bit more of, how you look at movies is not just like a super duper Michael Myers fan or whatever. So you look at it with I'm gonna just watch this movie.
Yeah.
And this movie is awesome.
Yeah.
And it's actually not a slasher.
It's not.
It's a pod movie.
Yeah.
It's Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
It is. There's so many shots in this film that's exactly what I thought of the whole time.
It's so cool. Not to say that the people from any of the other Halloweens don't make an appearance, because they do. Dick Warlock, who just last played Michael Myers in Halloween 2, is back as an agent of Colonel Cochrane's.
Assassin, I think, is his credit.
Assassin? Okay,
Assassin.
I'll go with that. Are they human? Are they not human? Are they cyborgs? Are they aliens? Are they robots? We don't know. But they are killers. They all look the same. They're in these gray, very nice, sharp suits. They all kind of blend together in a sense, so which is kind of like the allure and also the scary aspect of it is that they
Yeah.
could be and look like anybody, you know?
Yeah, the gray pinstripe suit. The gray suits are coming. Yeah.
That's good stuff. No, that's good.
That's good. Thanks.
So Halloween 3, directed by Tommy Lee Wallace. Again, here's another familiar name. Tommy Lee Wallace was the editor and the production designer for Halloween 1. Carved the pumpkin for Halloween 1. Very
Mhm.
nice. But also went on record in saying that he didn't like the idea of Halloween 2.
What didn't he like about it?
I don't think he liked that. I think he thought that the Michael story was done.
Okay.
Which tracks with what they, meaning Deborah Hill and John Carpenter,
Right.
meant when they said this was always and will always be a standalone movie.
Right.
That's the way we view Halloween 1. But if you're gonna make us make another Halloween movie about Michael Myers, here it is. Okay, now we're done.
Yeah.
We can make more Halloween movies, but they're gonna be an anthology series.
Right. We're done with Michael Myers.
We're done with Michael Myers. So that enticed Tommy Lee to come do it. He had just, I think, done this wasn't his first directorial debut. I don't think this was his directorial debut. I'm not sure, but it was one of his early directed films. Pretty much, torpedoed his career right after because it bombed, and when it bombed, it bombed.
Yeah.
People were screaming in the theaters, according to Dick Warlock and anybody who went to watch it. They were like, "Where's Michael?" Like the end ends, and they're like, "Where's Michael? Where's anybody?"
They're still wondering.
They're still wondering. Is he going to come out at the end? Is he going to be the witch? No. Season of the Witch is a play on the fact that you assume that this main baddie, Colonel Cochrane, played by, how to say his last name? I mean, it's like he's the guy from RoboCop. He's the old man from
I forgot his name,
RoboCop.
too. I heard it in the documentary.
This is bad. Anyway, he plays the big baddie, and he's got this is going back to the autumnal, it's like autumn, Halloween, very fall, back into really digging deep in what is the history of Halloween. And it's a Celtic word. It's Samhain, as he says it.
Yeah, we get the proper
Celtic pronunciation of it.
yes.
Yeah. And so what you end up having, by the way, real quick, his name is Dan O'Herlihy. That's his name.
Okay.
Dan O'Herlihy is Colonel Cochrane, magnificently played, but people didn't care. They didn't care. They didn't care how awesome of a character he was or how good of a baddie he was because there was no Michael. Okay, let's get over that.
Yeah.
Let's talk about why we love this movie, because I really love this movie. It's effective. It really hits on the Halloween tropes of the season and of the feel. And, sometimes, not because, slashers are not the best form of horror or the only form of horror. They are the best. They're not the only form of horror, but sometimes you can have aspects of both, because there are some slasher aspects to it for sure.
Yeah.
But there are definitely more so pod.
Right. And one thing that I love about the film, obviously the score yet again is very 80s, a lot of synth.
Yep.
I believe John Carpenter worked with
Alan Howarth.
Thank you.
Yep.
So it wasn't all John Carpenter, but there was a lot of John Carpenter in this.
Well, what's interesting about this theme, and not to cut you off, I'm sorry, but there's aspects of Escape from New York
Mhm.
and The Thing
Right.
in it. You could hear it.
Yeah.
It's
I
really
think they even said they used some leftovers or something, if I'm not mistaken. But something that is even bigger than the first two Halloween films is the consumerism. This is there's a lot of little statements and a little intrigue about the world at that time, and the fact that these kids buy into this commercial and they all sing along the song. They're all wearing their masks as soon as the commercial comes on. They're singing along. They have to be in front of the TV. And I give props to Silver Shamrock for their marketing team and
Oh no,
getting along with all these kids.
Boy, they absolutely kill it.
They knocked it out of the park. The fact that all these kids have to have this mask, and they know the song and they have to see the commercial. What other part of the market, like, why are kids so drawn to this thing? You know,
I think there's like, I mean, when you were in school and you had, somebody walked in with for me, at one point, it was the latest pair of Bugle Boys. And
that's why it's such a great statement, is it doesn't fucking matter.
It
Kids
doesn't.
just eat it up.
Yeah.
And so they make
they're
that
doing it.
statement
I want to
in
do it too.
Right. So everyone has to have this.
Imagine
mask.
if you're the kid that doesn't have the mask. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm the only idiot that didn't get the mask. Great.
Well, I think about the Silver Shamrock's plan in this is like, well, we need a great marketing team because every kid has to have this mask. So the fact that they knew on this Halloween every kid was going to want it, and like you just got to give credit to the marketing team.
Oh, absolutely. And
the fake.
Yeah, and I
team.
love that there was an actual commercial director. There was a guy who actually shot the commercial because there's a So Silver Shamrock is the company that Conal Cochran runs that makes gags, toys and stuff like that for, like when they were starting, but now is primarily making these masks. He was, in a way, it's like he played the long game. He roped them in, they trusted him, and then he was really going to get them at the end.
Which is funny because we don't know this until the end of the movie. And my recent viewing of the movie was the first time that I actually paid attention to the scene when all this is revealed, and the Hall of Fame scene is so amazing to me because it's like all this background on the villain of the movie. And I love that scene now because it makes so much more sense. This guy has been in your kid's toy box for years.
Absolutely.
And the parents have even played with the toys and, oh, you remember this gag? I forget the name of the gag, but
gosh, I forget too. But yeah, he's a staple.
Yes.
So what better way? I mean, yeah, sometimes the best plans are the long, drawn out, well thought plans.
Right.
And that's what he did. So, he's an Irish man. He's playing Irish, which is where, the origins of Halloween started. And Donald Pleasance, as Dr. Loomis references it in Halloween 2. What it was that because Conal Cochran has this moment with the main protagonist with Dr. Chalice, played by Tom Atkins, who isn't he isn't your typical hero. He's not like a great looking dude,
But he's getting every piece of ass.
Let's talk about that first of all. Dr. Chalice, holy shit, worst doctor in the world. He's more of a Bond. He's more of a James Bond character. He's smooth. He's obviously sleeping with everyone because he
has a connection with like the main three women in the movie. There's only two women I think that he doesn't like have a connection with or some kind of history with.
Is it his current wife or his ex-wife in the movie?
Ex-wife,
who is played by actually a couple. There are a few familiar faces. Annie Brackett, Nancy Loomis is back as Dr. Chalice's ex-wife, fiery ex-wife. Pretty much, he's a doctor, right? He should be paid. He should be paid, a good amount of money, and he's just kind of barely hanging on with seeing the kids, visiting the kids. Yep. It's established that like he's like almost like not happy to see them because this part. He comes into the house. And he's like got these 2 brown bags of what, like he got the masks, Halloween masks, and he's like, hello, and they're like, Daddy, and he doesn't really react. He just kind of like stares down, and then when they come around, he's like, hey, and I'm like, oh, dude, you hate your kids,
Yeah.
I mean,
kind of plays them up like an uncle almost. Like,
yeah,
here's your gift. All right,
and they reveal that they're like, Mom already got us masks.
Yes, nailed that one.
I love that line. It's one of my favorite lines. Because he gets some of these cheap knockoff plastic masks, and they're like, Mom already got us masks, and they are the Silver Shamrock masks. So they, like everyone else, have the bomb, basically.
Yeah, consume.
Yeah, I still think, it's not fair that we ended up liking it later. But it's such a good movie. If I can go on a personal little moment, this was the first movie that my fiance and I saw together. Like as a movie date. Okay. I showed her Halloween 3 and we loved it. And
was that like your test for a new
it might have been, but at the time I was like let's watch this movie and let's see how this goes. And it was perfect. Like, we watched it. I saw stuff in it anew when I was watching it with her, and she loved it, and it is our favorite come Halloween, just like you said.
Yeah.
When it's Halloween time, because I was starting to watch a few of them recently, and I was like, hey, do you want to watch this with me? And she said, I want to watch it during Halloween time.
Yes.
So it's like,
Absolutely. It captures Halloween so well. It's a fun horror film. I don't know. It's different. It's not that dark tone that we're used to with Halloween movies, but it's cool. It's
No,
fun.
it doesn't take itself too seriously,
Yeah.
which I need in a lot of my 80s horror films. I needed to kind of pump the brakes a little bit. You know, you can, but you don't need to be totally serious. I think, there are subtle levels of how ridiculous it's going to be. First off, going back to Dr. Chalice on how he's the worst father / doctor in the world. The movie starts with a man being chased by these assassins.
Yeah.
And he has one of these Halloween masks. He, without going into too much detail, he gets to safety to where someone takes him to the hospital where Dr. Chalice is. He gets actually beeped when he's visiting his kids. He goes to the hospital, checks on the guy, and the guy says, they're gonna kill us all. Or we're all going to die, or they're going to kill us all. He says to Dr. Chalice. It's like the only thing he says while he's clutching the pumpkin mask. Nobody knows what to make of it. It's kind of...
Time out.
What?
Because the guy that's running away, the guy that says that
Yeah.
in the beginning, he goes to a gas station with Walter. And Walter, the attendant, is the one that takes him to the hospital.
Yep.
So when he says they're going to kill us all, did you remember Walter's reaction?
Yeah, he turns around and leaves.
Yeah. At first, I was like, I can leave, right? There's nothing else. I guess so.
Because
And as
Walter's
soon as he
being like
says
really
that-
nice. He's like, if somebody's in trouble, I want to
Right.
make sure I help
He's
him
a
out.
Super stand up moral dude. And as soon as he says that, it made me laugh so hard. He's like, fuck this. I'm out.
No,
The smartest guy in the whole film.
Yes, he is. He's what. And I think there's again that subtlety of these like characters that we can resonate and we can kind of attach ourselves to. Yeah, I would do that. If I'm like, hey dude, I'm gonna take you to the hospital, I hope you're okay, you haven't said anything, and then the first thing you say is like, they're gonna kill us all.
Out.
Bye.
Yep.
So that is hilarious. But that's all that Dr. Chalice sees. He's like, all right, put him under, give him a sedative, because he's not hurt really. I don't think he's just kind of like he's been running and he survived being attacked by these assassins who never missed their mark, really. So he was able to get rid of one of them, which was in a pretty cool way. Their deal is to strangle Andor. Okay, so anyway,
continuing on.
He's in the hospital, and Dr. Chalice is like, all right, I'm gonna chill. I'm gonna go take a nap in the break room. Pinches the nurse's butt while he does it.
I know, man.
Very ridiculous. So then an assassin catches up to this man who gave the warning, and in something I have not seen since and or ever, the kill. Do you remember the way he kills him?
Oh yeah.
He just which is like we don't know yet at this time. We just know that they're very stoic, like kind of like stiff men in these suits. He just reaches it. He first like puts his hand over his mouth, and then he reaches his fingers into the eye sockets.
Well, I just watched it.
Okay.
He pulls back like he's gonna hit him. It's
Oh,
a
okay.
fist, and then he does this really dramatic finger out.
Oh yes,
And then he goes into the face.
He goes into the eyes and just hooks it and pulls. Like he just basically elongates this dude's face.
Yeah,
it's so gross.
It's a great effect.
Oh, it's so great.
He basically pulls his nose apart. But that scene made me laugh so much. This fist, like, oh, he's gonna beat him to death.
Beat you, yeah.
Finger out. It's like this little claw comes out.
Poke of doom. Here it comes.
And then it's pretty gruesome.
Oh, it's so, again, practical effects. I don't think I have said this, but I will, because I don't think we've had to deal with a lot of practical effects, like big practical effects. But this was well done. I appreciate it. Yeah, there was some like non-believability of the way his face looks, because it doesn't look like a real face, but it looks
pretty good though.
It looks great.
Yeah.
So he kills that guy. The nurse who got her butt pinched by Dr. Chalice sees that this dude is leaving the room. She's like, "What are you doing here?" Screams to high hell, and Dr. Chalice wakes up, goes, and all he's seen is her screaming. So he chases this dude down the hallway, gets out of the hospital, sees that this man has now gotten in his car, got a tank of gasoline, poured it on himself in the car, just
dumps it on
him, and just he
lights a match at his face.
Yeah, and blows up. And
Whole car blows up.
Tom Atkins with the best reaction.
He has such a a TV actor going on in this.
He does.
TV drama actor, but it's kind of perfect.
Oh, he was, I think, the best choice for this role.
Yeah,
because it needed to be somebody you're like, okay, I believe that he could help, but I wouldn't be surprised if he gets his ass kicked.
He's he's an older hero. Like he's living out his younger days or something. Like this was supposed to be a younger guy, but it's just not.
No,
it's Tom Atkins, and it's perfect.
I think it is because it matches how methodical he is in his approach.
Right.
So it feeds into the style that Dean Cundey, who's shooting it again, and Tommy Lee's probably going to take the way it was written, which, by the way, it was written by Nigel Neal, who was a renowned writer in England. The way Tommy Lee Wallace describes it, he's like, any criticism that we gave him was going to be met with some pushback, so to speak.
Okay.
Like, all right, you don't know what you're talking about. This is the way. He's like, but Tommy Lee's like, I liked the first draft. He said, I thought it was artistic, stylistic, brooding. He loved it, but he just had it needed to be changed a little bit. So the second rewrite was actually done by John Carpenter. What was interesting is that Tommy Lee is John Carpenter's protege. It's how he says that about himself. He had some criticisms with John's writing, and he was like, I think John was pretty shocked to see that his protege would challenge him and stuff. But he's like, but I had some, so I wrote the third draft. He's the only one that gets the credit, though. It says written and directed by Tommy Lee Wallace.
Right.
So in a way, you screwed yourself by writing it again, But again, another Guerrilla Crew style. Everybody's doing something. Tommy Lee Wallace is actually, it's almost time, kids.
Oh, I know.
In the movie Halloween 3, there is a big presence of this commercial that is so amazing and so annoying at the same time. It sticks in your head. It's to the theme of London Bridges, basically.
Yeah.
So that it was royalty free. They can make whatever they want. But it starts like an upbeat polka. So it's like happy, happy Halloween, 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 happy, happy Halloween, silver shamrock. And then it changes to be 8 more days till Halloween. And then there's a countdown. They're reminding kids to be in front of their TVs. And this is Tommy Lee Wallace.
Yeah.
It's almost time, kids. The clock is ticking. Don't forget to be in front of your television sets for the Horror-thon at the big giveaway at 9. It's almost time. Happy, happy. So,
again, that marketing team.
it's perfect. I don't even know what the big giveaway is.
No, who knows?
If you're going to give something to me, I want it.
More masks?
I'm going to be there at 9. So
just swag.
Yeah, probably
swag.
Don't forget to wear your masks. Be in front of your TVs at 9 for the big giveaway. That's what they're telling you.
Big giveaway.
So all the kids are ready and they know the jingle. Even Chalice's kids are singing the stuff. So it's again back to Dr. Chalice of being this ridiculous dude. It's so funny. I got such a huge kick. He already was supposed to pick up the kids, but got called into the hospital, right? So now he's like, hey, I can't have him tonight. I'll have to get him on Saturday. Yeah, I'll take him. I'll take him to school or whatever. He tells whatever lie he gives his wife, his ex-wife, and then he decides because the love interest and shows up,
daughter of the victim,
the daughter of the first victim who said they're gonna kill us all, shows up, IDs her dad, and wants to get to the bottom of it. He is a shop owner who owns
Right.
masks and stuff like that. Like he sells masks. So she wants to get to the bottom of it. Well, she comes in looking very cute, and Dr. Chalice is like, yeah, let's get to the bottom of this shit.
Yeah, let's go. You and I. Just
Yeah,
you and me.
let's go check it out. And she's like, oh, okay, yeah, fine. So he totally ditches. He gets on the phone. He ditches his kids again. He's like, no. I'm going to be at a conference. It's weird. I'm going to be there. No. It's going to be boring. I don't even know what hotel I'm at. Look, I'll call you on Monday. Yeah, I'll take him trick-or-treating. Bye. He hangs up the phone, grabs a 6-pack of MGD draft. Just Miller Genuine. Yeah, MGD. And just like runs with the broadest shoulders, by the way.
Yeah,
Tom Atkins has
he's a
some
big dude.
really broad shoulders. Runs to go on this weekend discovery getaway with this girl he just met because, well, that's what he does.
That's what it's set up for him to just like have a romantic weekend. That's all it feels like.
Yeah.
It's not like he's really getting to the bottom of anything. Meanwhile, this other doctor who he grabbed her ass and everything is set to discover the car that had exploded.
Well, this is the one he pinched the butt of. Wow, we're so great at labeling people. My gosh, that was
This is the movie. This is not us.
Yeah. That was different than the lab technician,
Okay, so the lab technician.
who he has a history with her.
She kisses him in the
Yeah.
beginning, I
On the
believe, or
lips.
something. Yeah. So then they're in constant contact throughout. But I was so confused by like, wait, there's a lab technician at the same hospital that he works at? He's a doctor, right?
Right.
What kind of doctor is he? And she's like going through mechanics of a car and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, shouldn't she be at like the police station?
Right.
Or-
She's checking she's trying to do an autopsy on the assassin that blew himself up, but it's revealed she's like, somebody must have done something wrong. All I'm getting are like motor parts or like machine parts.
Right. She's never given a body. She's playing around with like ashes and mechanics the whole time. So that's what confused me of like, you
can't-
gave her car parts?
Yeah, you can't decipher that there's no body here.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I don't know. There's something about it to me that it was just her
Yeah.
character just kind of seemed.
That was a little off, but it was just to serve the idea that we know something's wrong with these assassins.
I guess it's essentially the Ben Tramer of this movie.
a little bit of a misdirection, red herring. But yeah,
Okay.
besides that, the movie really just kind of, goes on this pace that we have come to know from these Halloween movies. So in that sense, it's very true.
Yep.
It's very true to the Halloween style that it keeps this methodical, slow, establishing shots. They find this sleepy town of Santa Mira,
Yes.
right? Where they go, that's where the Silver Shamrock factory is.
Factory.
They go check it out. They
It's
go,
a factory town.
yeah.
So
it's
everything
just-
runs around the factory essentially.
lot of-
Everyone there is supposed to be a worker, but
It's that small town feeling when you drive in and everybody's like, "Who's that? Why are they here?"
it's set up so creepy, which is awesome because they establish right away as soon as they drive into Santa Mira, there's cameras on them,
Right.
And the cameras are rotating, so you know that you're being watched.
CCTV.
And then every storefront has a person, a resident in there looking out the window. Who the hell is this?
Right.
What was this car? Who is this person? That's how small this town is supposed to be. And I think he even says, like, "Oh, factory town." There's some like punch in your face dialogue. Did you get it? It's
Yeah.
a factory town.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
You can't see it. Well, anyway.
It's a factory town.
Yeah.
It's small. So it's a very creepy old school town. So we know that we set that up. They head to the motel.
The score is setting it up too. It's very nice. It's like
Yeah.
it's all at a drawl sort of thing, at a slow sort of pace. So they decide they're gonna mask themselves. Pardon the term, but they're gonna masquerade as a married couple who is just passing through. So they find the hotel and they talk to the guy who runs the hotel, and he's just this chipper, older Irish man. He's like, "Oh yes, you've come to the right place. It's what does he say? It's cozy, it's quiet, and the price is right." And I'm like, hell yeah, I'm gonna go to that hotel.
Yeah.
You just sold it to me, and I haven't even seen the room. But
What's hilarious is he's so welcoming, and yet the whole town was looking at them like, "What the hell are you doing here?
I know, right?
What are you doing? Who's it?"
But-
And he's like, "Yes." Yeah.
But that's it, right? Like you pick the one guy that's going to be welcoming to you. Whereas if you had gone to anywhere else, they would have been like, "What do you want?" You know, they
Mhm.
would. But anyway, it does have that sense of everyone's in on it.
Right.
So even though he asks Ellie to kind of keep the innkeeper, keep him distracted
Right.
while he goes and checks the books.
And then he dad jogs his way over to the lobby.
Still with the broadest shoulders
office.
ever, and it's fine. But what he finds out is that her dad was staying there.
Right.
So there's a little bit of detective work that he's doing. Insert the most obnoxious American family in the world.
The Cupford family.
Yeah.
Buddy Cupford.
Buddy Cutford, and he has been invited to the Silver Shamrock factory by Colonel Cochran because he sold the most masks in the entire country.
That's right. And most people are going to the factory from out of town to pick up orders.
Right. To pick up
'Cause we're
orders.
introduced to somebody else.
Right. Gosh. It's a little bit of a... I mean, because look, it's going to be revealed, obviously, that if something's too good to be true, it usually is,
Mhm.
especially in this movie. Especially the way that Dan O'Hurley, delivers his character of
Right.
Colonel Cochran. It's a shit-eating grin. It's like, there's
Right.
there's something happening behind his eyes,
Right.
where he's like, oh, yes, don't worry, folks. Everything is under control.
But again, we have the legend of him. Like the town is talking about him in this certain way. And he even drives past when the motel owner is talking about, there's
Right.
Mr. Cochran now, and you don't see him in the car. It's a Michael Myers-esque drive-by where you don't see who's in the car. You see a creepy car driving by. But the Cupford family,
Let's talk about the Cutford family. Little Buddy, their little son, fucking obnoxious kid.
yeah,
Just they're in a Winnebago. They hit the brakes really hard because they almost hit Dr. Chalice as he's just walking. The bike flies off that's belonging to a kid, and it's Little Buddy's like, "Did you break it?" And he just gets on the bike and starts pedaling in like a one fell swoop. And his mom, the wife, is just like, "Don't go into the street," and he flips her off. He's like, "Nah."
does he?
Yes.
I saw like he puts the hand up.
No, he flips her off. The
Mm,
finger comes up.
yeah.
Let's
you
go.
probably-
How much?
all right.
Let's make some money.
Make a bet out of it.
No, he does. He flips her off because he's this little piece of shit
All right.
Veruca
So
Salt
we
kid.
hate him.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm so glad you said that. Keep going. Keep going.
yeah. He's very much Veruca Salt style. Like, I don't care how, I want it now, sort of thing. He is going. You're like, I don't want a kid to die. I don't want a kid to die. But if that kid dies, I'm all right.
It's all right.
Because look, this movie takes a huge risk.
It does.
It kills kids.
It does.
You
The
can't
whole
do
movie
that.
is about killing kids.
You can't do that today.
Yeah.
Could you? Could you make this movie today?
No, there's a big thing about that. John Carpenter even mentioned that, like, we can't kill kids.
And it's how they're killed. It's so heinous. I mentioned it in the Pumpkin Spice Latte. I was like,
It's gruesome.
it's very gruesome. Not only does the mask eat your face through electrical properties and magical properties of the Stonehenge stones that are activated by this.
You can't help but laugh when you describe it like that.
It is a bit odd, far fetched, but like anybody who's seen like Outlander and all these, it's always been a thing that Stonehenge has magical, especially witchcraft properties or like the connections to it. I've seen it referenced many times, so it does not surprise me that they went this way. It's just that they actually bring the stones to Santa Mira and are just like, just freaking filing off parts of it and just putting it. And it's how it's like a little magnet on the back of each mask that says Silver Shamrock, and it's the emblem, and that is the thing that gets activated with the commercial.
Yeah.
So when the commercial goes into that, it just goes into this high gear. It's supposed to activate the mask that eats the kid's brains and face. It peels off their face, and then they fall in a bunch of like, what do they got? Crickets, snakes, a rattlesnake.
Yeah, it was
Oh.
a rattlesnake. Yeah.
I'm jumping ahead, but like, let me just say,
It's fine. There's something else that you mentioned, and it's when they go to the factory, and it's one of my favorite lines because they actually showed the stone from Stonehenge, and he's like, "You wouldn't believe how we got it here. You wouldn't believe it." And
yeah.
it's so like, I guess we won't believe
What
it.
did you do?
I don't know how you got it here, man.
I smuggled it. What?
It's the funniest line in the movie.
He's so, and again, another reason why I think this is so good is because it hits my style of what I think a boogeyman a boogeyman is scarier this way. When Chalice is, because like, and we're going to be jumping all around. Sorry about that. But like, there's a moment where Chalice confronts him and asks him why he's doing it. And his response is, do I need a reason? Woo! When he said that, I was like, no, you fucking don't. You don't need a reason.
But he does have a reason.
But he gives a reason anyway.
Okay, so let's backtrack a little bit. They go to the factory, Tom Atkins and Ellie. They go to the factory to check on her father's order.
Right. They're using it as a bit of a guise. Yeah.
Right. They need to get into the factory. They want to get more information about Ellie's father. So they check in on the order saying, we never got it. What happened to it? And they say, oh, somebody picked it up. We would like to speak to somebody else. Enter the Willy Wonka family, as I've been known to. Yeah, I'm so glad that you said that because I literally have it in my note. The Buddy Cupford family belongs in the Willy Wonka factory.
They absolutely, yeah.
They're just one. They just kind of fall. They check all the marks of one of the families that goes in there and just fucks it up.
Yeah, they're obnoxious from the buddies that like overbearing salesman. The wife is like, I guess what you would classify as a middle America trophy wife.
Yeah.
That's, I'm not being rude, I'm just being realistic, but she's like, she's got a little bit of Violet in her when she's like, like, hi, how you doing, like openly hits. Did you notice the way he introduces his wife to Dr. Chalice? He's like, hi, Buddy Cuthbert. That's my wife over there.
Yeah, that's right.
And she's like, pleased to meet you. I'm like, what is the nudge?
Yeah.
What are you telling me? Okay, maybe you're swingers?
I think he's just hamming it up. I mean, we just don't want to like them, right? We can't like them. We want them to.
Out of all of them, I was okay with Bud, like the main guy, Buddy. He seemed like just a bit of a dope and stuff, and it's like
80s character.
Yeah, like he never grew up.
Like
he played with toys. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But right, they attached themselves to the Cuthbert family. They attach themselves to them because they're going to go on this tour of Silver Shamrock Factory.
He's the top salesman.
He's the top salesman. He's going to get a guided tour, but it's all a ruse, of course. So Chalice and Ellie attach themselves to it because Cochran is, he's like, oh, I heard about your problem with the order. I'm about to, reimburse you free of charge on me. Everyone's like, oh, isn't he the greatest? Yeah, he's the best. He's like this huge benefactor because there's no reason to suspect him up till now. They're like, oh, this is what? Mr. Duncan in Home Alone 2. He's like this sweet old man,
Right. They actually talk about him when they go to that room that I've been talking about, the Hall of Fame, as Mr.
the Hall of Fame
talks about it. They show these great masks on the side. They show all these old trinket toys, and they go into the background of the fact that this guy has literally been in your kid's toy box for years. He's been in your parents' toy box for years. This company has been around. And the wife even says, oh, yeah, he's one of the richest men in the country.
That's right.
And now we're like punching into this old storyline. This guy's been around. People know who he is. And he's been a totally normal, okay.
Yeah.
Great.
It's
toys.
It's the long game, He lulled everyone to sleep so that when he finally made his final play, you were for sure gonna buy his masks and everyone was gonna be, he was gonna get everybody.
Right.
So on this tour, you see little Buddy seen up, which is to me is kind of weird because your dad literally sells these masks all day, every day. And when he sees the mask, he's like, ooh, I want a mask. I'm like, have you never seen one?
Right.
Your dad has. Anyway, it doesn't matter because that's a little bit into the Veruca. I want a golden goose or whatever.
He wants one off the factory line.
Exactly. So when he wants one, it doesn't have the tag yet. Right. So Cochran's like, not that one. Have this one that has the tag. He's like, oh, cool. And the suspicion is starting to rise with Chalice. He's like, okay. And then they're like, hey, well, why aren't these ready? He's like, oh, they have to go through final processing. Final processing is the word.
Yeah.
And final processing is basically when they take the mask, little emblems that are like those tags that are in the back of them, they put the Stonehenge properties on them. They activate them and then they put them in the bag. So it's like, oh, you wouldn't want to go back there.
Final perfect sign that says final process.
Exactly. Oh, it's just Chalice is already like, huh? Can we take a look? Or Buddy says, oh, can I take a little peek? And then Chalice just gets in there. Yeah, you don't want to peek for your top your tough salesman,
Right.
just trying to like kind of push
Yeah.
him. And you could already tell he's like, oh, okay, you're up to something a little bit. And it's almost like Cochran picks up on it.
He
He's like,
does, yeah. And he's great. He's very intelligent because he picks up immediately and plays it down. Chemicals. He plays it as like a safety thing.
Right.
You can't go in there.
So it's like as a viewer, you're watching this and you're like, okay, we've got a formidable bad guy because he's not going to be tricked easily.
Right.
He's not going to be, he knows what's going on, and he's almost like lulling you into a false sense of security,
Right.
which is what he thinks he's doing. Like to Chalice and Ellie. Chalice is playing it right. He's playing it cool, calm, and Ellie, she can't because she's looking for her dad or anything having to. Well, no, she knows her dad is dead, but she's trying to see if there's any involvement from this company with his death. And what does she find when they're starting to leave the plant? Her dad's car,
Her dad's car,
And-
along with the gray suits.
surrounded by the gray suits, and she can't help herself, even though Chalice tries to stop her. And I think that was where you fucked up, Ron. You done fucked up because she charges the car. The gray suits stop her.
Yeah. She shows her cards.
So, then we go back to the hotel, and this happens now, right? It's after the tour.
Mhm. Yep.
Either it happened before or after the tour, but we gotta talk about the most unrealistic hookup of all time. Dr. Chalice is just, Tom Atkins has just been throwing his broad shoulders all over the place. And, you know, him and Ellie go back to the hotel, discuss what's been going on, and they get together. And they have, you know, they have an amazing sex scene for the 80s. And
For the 80s. Yeah. Amazing sex. scene. You get a
amazing
lot of
sex
credit
scene.
here.
Yeah, I mean, because look, it's amazing in the sense it's like Tom Atkins. He even laughs at himself. He's like, I don't know what I was doing. I don't even know why I would be the one doing it. I mean, look, he's like, if the brawny man had a little bit like stopped lifting trees, you know, he's just. He's got the you know, there's a bit, he's got the mustache, he's very cool looking, but it just doesn't make sense because she's gorgeous and way younger than
And
he
they
is.
actually mentioned that.
Yeah,
Actually,
after
how
they-
old are you?
She's like
How did that look?
right after they've already so
After they've already done
after
the
they
deed,
already
yeah.
did it, so stuff starts to kind of go off the rails at this point. It
He
from
runs into the drunk of the town, the bum.
yeah, the bum who's like, you know,
Yeah.
wanting to pull off of. I think this is actually before the tour.
But one thing that he says that I want to go back to is the bum says this, and he gets taken out after. But he says the words, "This is the last Halloween," and he says, "I'm going to take a Molotov to that
Right.
factory, and
Right.
I'm going to take it down." So it's this foreboding of somebody else is in on the secret of what's happening here, and they want to take out the factory. But he says "last Halloween," and it comes up again throughout the movie. Is the "last Halloween" line? Other characters say it, I think, 2 or 3 more times.
Okay.
And it's really interesting
Huh.
to me because it was, at the time, John Carpenter, Deborah Hill, everyone's last Halloween.
Yeah, and if you're looking at the way the movie should end, it should be the last Halloween.
last
Like if you
Halloween,
killed
yeah.
this many kids and nobody's gonna do
Again,
Halloween.
that symbolism, that theme is apparent in this one as the last Halloween.
So at one point, I think we kind of got a little confused about what. But anyway, after the tour, they see she charged the car, and that's all they needed.
Right.
So they abduct her. They abduct Ellie, and Chalice he didn't see it happen, or he's trying to play catch up. So it's time. It's time that he's like, all right, you guys got her. I got to show my cards. I gotta try. So he tries to infiltrate. They catch him because he's trying to find her. He knows that she's there.
Right.
And that's when Colonel Cochran decides, I'm going to be the typical villain, and I'm going to tell you all of my plans,
Right.
starting from the top. That's when we learn everything about Stonehenge. That's when we see an actual demonstration being done to the Cuthbert family.
Right, the kid.
The,
Little boy.
they put him in this they put him in this room where there's like it's like a TV and like there's this it's like a living room, right? And Buddy is just like, yeah, he just wants me to give him my thoughts on some commercials. Kid's got his mask on. They're acting like it's the giveaway, and it eats his face. There's the look of the kid pulling off the mask. It's so well done. It's so gross.
It's cool because it looks like the mask is melting on his face when he starts to tear at it, and then you start to see all the snakes and everything once he hits the ground. It's a cool ass effect, but I always love the hands in the mask and the look of it like melting.
Remember the kid who played Little Buddy says he's like, they only had one of those. I had to get it right in the first time. He's like, I remember them telling me they're like, yank on it, but like we only got one.
Yeah.
Like we could only do this effect once or something like
How
that.
much pressure for a little kid.
It is like because even as an adult, I've been on sets where they're like, all right, this is it. Like we only got one take because of whatever, something's gonna expire or something's gonna blow up or whatever, and they're like, get it right the first time, and you're like, okay. And I'm like an adult, so I could imagine what this kid was feeling. But yeah, it's, all the creatures that come out of him kill the rest of the family. They either die of shock or they get bit by snakes, or and it's revealed to Tom Atkins that this is what's going to happen to every kid. And he does this awesome choice as an actor as he's seen this.
Yes, the hands. And he puts them down.
I mean, I read it as my kids have these masks, but also he doesn't care about his kids that much. So I don't know. He tries to warn his wife.
Yeah.
He calls her when he's like trying to sneak around. Tell him to get rid of the masks. I don't know. He goes like really high pitched, and you could hear his wife, played by Nancy Loomis, like, "You're just jealous. Fuck off."
Yeah,
and just
you're a bad dad. That's what happens.
You reap what you sow.
Yeah.
So from then on, it's pretty much.
So they have him tied down. We got to talk about the Halloween movie.
Yes. So back to when I referenced when he says, "Do I need a reason to do this?"
Mm-hmm.
Is when he goes on his little talk about the reason I'm doing this is because. Well, what does he say? He's like, Buddy Cuthbert was right. I love a good practical joke, and what better joke to play than on all the kids in America? He's like, or in the world. He said that I think that was his reason, was just to do it, right?
Well, it goes back to the witchcraft part of it.
That's right.
And yeah,
there were sacrifices.
Right.
There were sacrifices, and this was what
children burning, animals burning, blood everywhere.
And the first when the planets were aligned, because he talks about that too.
Alignment of the planets.
Yeah, when the planets were aligned, and 3,000 years ago, the first festival of Samhain, and the hills ran red. Oh, that was cool. He's just saying that like it's time to do it again, and he's gonna do it because
3,000 years ago, if I'm correct, is when the last one happened. The last alignment happened.
Right. So he's like, it's time to do it. So he planned it.
Yeah, and there's a scene where Tom Atkins is going through the factory, and he comes across that knitting. The person that's knitting, the woman that's knitting.
Yeah, it looks like an animatronic.
Yeah, and the head falls off, and it's revealed that this mechanical human is from 1785.
Yeah, he said that was an antique.
Yeah,
yeah,
like we'll never be able to rebuild it or something like that. But you see the mechanics of this old. And I would text you about this. Like, did you ever see Westworld?
That's why.
His character reminds me so much of the newer version of Westworld.
Right.
Anthony Hopkins and that character and building these robots.
But again, it goes back to the idea that this guy is not new to the game. So there's no reason that this is not going to work. Right. And you've seen it. You already by this point have seen that a kid has died, and he died really badly. So you're like, oh my God, this is going to get terrible. This is going to get worse. Mm-hmm. So he's going to force Chalice to watch the horror-thon. So I think it was like almost 8. He was going to make him watch like an hour of it because the big giveaway was at 9. Mm-hmm. So he ties him up, and he just tells him, this is what's going to happen. Puts the mask on him, but turns the TV on. Well, what is playing during the horror-thon?
The immortal, the classic.
Halloween 1 is playing during the horror-thon. which makes probably everyone's head in the theater explode.
At that point,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I would have. I've been like, oh, fuck. Jesus.
But the music's playing. Like the extended trailer of the music is playing during
Right.
this part. You're like, that's the chase scene. you know?
It hits to the point he's about to say bye to Chalice. He looks kind of ridiculous because of that. He's got the skull mask on, and the Carpenter theme is playing in the background because it's coming from the TV because of the movie. And Dan O'Hurley, he just delivers such an amazing, creepy line, and it's just, oh, happy Halloween, with the music
Yes.
being under. Oh, it's the best. It's like when anyone shows you a clip from the movie, it's probably the kid pulling the mask or him saying that part. Right. I think, right? Those are the two.
Gotta be. And the trick-or-treaters.
Oh, right.
in,
Because
Phoenix, Arizona is like a really cool shot.
I have that in my notes as well.
Yeah.
So there's Dean Cundy flexing his big old muscles on everybody with his cinematography awesomeness.
Yes.
So what you see is while Chalice is being tied up, you see all throughout the country kids grabbing the masks, and it's like referencing, this town and this town and this town. And then there's a awesome scene shot, and it's the sun is already set. It is like almost dusk. It is dusk. And you see a witch, and you see these kids walking on the hillside, and all it is their silhouettes against the orange sky.
It's like a beautiful orange too.
Oh, it's the best shot in that series, in that movie, and it's one that really sticks out. And it's like, you can only get that at one point of the day.
Yeah.
And then you're using kids. Like that's very impressive, because like anytime you work with child actors, it's, sometimes it's difficult, but just walk. It's fine. So it's showing that the whole country is going to be affected. Well, wouldn't you know, old broad shoulders himself manages to
brawny
get,
man.
manages to get loose, gets out of his chair, throws the mask he has. Did you notice this? Throws the mask he has on the one camera that is in the room, and it lands perfectly on it.
Of course it would.
So he's covered his tracks a little bit so he can go look for Ellie, one, and then, try and sabotage the plan, two. So he finds Ellie. He had already seen that she was there.
Right.
Because, Cochran showed him that she was just like tied up.
The whole plan.
Huh?
The whole plan was revealed.
Oh, yeah. He showed her everything. So he gets Ellie, and it's time. He's like, come on, follow me. And she's just like, oh, she's in a daze. She doesn't really say anything, right? So then they go. And they take off, and he does a big sabotage where he turns on all the computers so that they could start playing the part of the commercial that activates Stonehenge and basically those chips.
Yep.
But he gets a big box of chips, takes the Silver Shamrock, goes up into the rafters, throws them down, and while it's playing, everything gets electrified. Everybody gets
all these
killed.
Sparks, all the chips are coming down, and everyone apparently working for Silver Shamrock at that point
Gets like deactivated.
They're all mechanical,
Yeah.
and they all die and drop except for
Cochran. There's one left, and he sees what's happening. He's just like, he's an older man. He's not going to run at anybody, right? He just sees what's happening. He looks up, he sees Chalice and Ellie, and now it makes up. He just does this. So it's such a cool moment. He just looks up at him, and he just goes, just give him the little smallest golf clap. Chalice just ruined his whole world. He just fucked everything up. Then Cochran gets zapped by Stonehenge as well, so he evaporates. So now it's only a matter of let's get out of here and try and warn the world about, like, let's have him not play this thing. So it's him and Ellie, and they're driving, and he's like, God, I did it. I destroyed the factory. I saved the girl. I'm out of here. Except twist. Ellie grabs him, tries to kill him. She's been converted to a robot. There's actually a fan theory. Was she a robot the whole time?
Ooh,
That's so.
it's a brain. Yeah.
So I don't know. He deals with her, punches her so hard in the head that her head falls off. Knocks her block off. Anyway, it's pretty much, this is the final, back to the original gas station with Walter. And, Walter's like, hey, don't I know you? Because he's the doctor.
Yep.
And there goes Chalice. He gets on the phone to frantically call somebody. You would assume it's the
head of the TV networks,
one who handles all the channels. Like, I mean,
I don't know.
it was like 1, 2, 3, and 4 or whatever, like 3, 4, and 5.
I
Anyway,
wouldn't know who to call to shut down a bunch
You
of
know,
TV stations.
doctors know the numbers.
Dr. Chalice.
Dr. Chalice knows the numbers. So he's on the phone, and it's almost 9 o'clock, and it is 9 o'clock by the time he's on the phone talking to somebody. To like, you gotta turn it off. You gotta turn it off. I can't prove it, but millions are gonna die. You gotta believe me. And he's it's playing. These kids get to the gas station. Walter's giving him candy, and I was like, that's cool.
That's a nice touch.
It's nice to go to a
Such a
gas
nice
station and
man.
get. Yeah.
Yeah, I like Walter.
He's just being a good dude. So the kids get in front of the TV, and he's talking. He's like, you got to turn it off. Turn it off. And we interrupt this for technical difficulties. Oh, awesome. He gets it off. Kid turns the channel. Second one off as well.
Yeah.
And he's just watching. He's like, third channel.
Channel 3.
Channel 3. It's not off.
Nope, still playing.
It's still playing. And he's like, the third channel. The third channel is off. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. And it ends with him screaming into the lens, stop it.
Yep.
We don't know if they stopped it.
I don't think they did. It's the last Halloween.
He thinks that they stopped it.
Yeah,
Atkins does. But
because he's the hero. He has to be
Yeah.
the hero at the end.
he has to make it. But I'm with you. I like the idea that they didn't stop it, and there was a massacre, and all the kids suffered horrible deaths. That's just a crazy, crazy twist and end to a movie. That's Halloween 3.
I don't want to see a sequel to Halloween 3. I want to see the aftermath, like another movie in that world. You know what I mean? Like,
Mhm.
God damn, you remember in 1982 when all those kids died from the mask?
Oh, you mean that piece of shit movie? Oh,
My God. I love this movie. This is a great Halloween holiday film. What do you rank it? And
I mean, you can tell I'm a fan of this movie. I love it so much. I think as far as what I want to give it as a rating is going to be one thing. Where I rank it, I can't put it in the ranking of the Halloween movies. It is in its own category by itself because there's no Michael Myers, so it's unfair.
okay.
But if I'm going to rate it, it's going to get 3.5 stars.
3.5.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, I'll go with 4.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll go with 4.
That is okay. So you're saying that's the equal to Halloween 2. Remember the legitimacy of the belt here.
No, you're right.
You
You're
got
right.
it. You got to be careful with this.
I do. Hold on. Let me think. You
Yeah.
do yours.
I don't want to do halves, but I can't say a 2. I want to say a 3 just because I enjoyed the movie. Again, you can't compare it to another Michael Myers Halloween film. But in general, for the holiday, I have to watch it every year. I have to sit down and watch Halloween 3. So I'm going to give it 3. 3 knives, 3 stars, whatever we're ranking. And it's a solid movie, and everyone needs to watch it.
I'll stick with 3.5. My first one.
All right.
Yeah, I like that.
3.5. I think that's generous, but
No, but I think it's a good movie.
it is
I
a good
think it's
movie.
a good movie, and that cannot be said by every movie in the series.
That's true. I enjoy the hell out of this movie every single time I watch
too.
it. So, anything else to say about it?
If you have not watched this movie, watch it. Get yourself a 6-pack of Miller Genuine Draft. Get yourself a nice, cozy hotel room, and watch the shit out of it.
Yes, I totally agree. Yeah, go watch Halloween 3. Do not expect Michael Myers to be in it. Just watch it, enjoy it. We'll see you next time for the return of Michael Myers in Halloween 4. Bye.